Chapter 1072. Before Yunsheng told everyone, a few of them had secretly guessed who the 8 Wastelands Beast clan would send this time after the failure of the first attack. Logically speaking, the opponent's strength should not be inferior to the 5th Priest's. But no one would have guessed that the 8 Wastelands would send He Yao, the leader of the tribe. The people present were all core members of the largest factions in the continent. Ever since the Duchian Blood Seal appeared, they had used various channels to obtain information about the 8 Wastelands. Among them, there were some clues about the leaders of the Bakra Orcs. It was said that the strongest faction in the 8 Wastelands was the Beast God Altar. The 5th Priest was from the Beast God Altar. But the Beast God Altar did not move around the 8 Wastelands often. Below them were the Bakra Orcs. Although they were called the Bakra Orcs, there were more than 8 tribes in the 8 Wastelands. But most of the Beast tribes were attached to the 8 Wastelands. The 8 Beast tribes were divided into Upper Beast tribes, Middle Beast tribes, and Lower Beast tribes according to their strength and territory. Among them, the Black Cheelan tribe, which worshipped martial arts, had the largest population and the most fertile land. The leader of the Black Cheelan tribe was the second strongest in the history of the Black Cheelan tribe, the current Black Cheelan king, He Yao. He Yao's strength was second only to the Black Cheelan king, Yi Xiu, who had died in the Dutian Blood Realm. Who would have thought that He Yao would be the one leading the invading army? The news caused the expressions of Lan, Qi, and the others to turn serious. In fact, if not for Yi Baiming, He Yao would not have led the army himself. His main goal was to capture Yi Baiming. In He Yao's opinion, the 5th Priest and her corpse soldiers should have conquered the Dutian Blood Realm by now. Yunsheng, how is He Yao's strength? Azura was very cautious. Although she had heard of the strength of the Bakra Orcs, she wasn't sure how strong the Obsidian Patriarch was. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy could you win every battle. Blue's question was also the same as Qi, Ling, and the others. I've fought with He Yao before. He's very strong. He's several times stronger than any opponent we've encountered so far. I'm guessing he's at least a peak martial god. Yunsheng smiled bitterly. The peak of the martial god realm? Everyone was silent. The Emperor Zhao, in red, Ji Feng, and the Grand Emperor City Lord had fallen. In the Boundless Continent, there were only a handful of god-level existences left. Besides, He Yao was a peak martial god. With his cultivation, even the 2 elders of the elite camp might not be a match for him. Not to mention, He Yao might have come with the other priests of the Beast God Altar. Just the 5th Priest alone was enough to make people anxious. Everyone, there's no need to worry. Although He Yao's strength is very strong, we're not too weak either. I've already obtained the Divine Law Bracelet. In terms of magic, I should be able to compete with He Yao. In order to raise the morale, Yunsheng confessed the secret of the Divine Law Bracelet in her hands. The people in front of her were all companions who had been through life and death with her. They were confidants who she could trust with her back to the other party. Yunsheng was not afraid that they would betray her. Divine Law Bracelet? When they heard this name, they felt their spirits rise. Their gazes focused on Yunsheng's arm. Indeed, there was a crystal-clear bracelet on her arm that contained rich magic elements. It was rumored that after obtaining the Divine Law Bracelet, one would possess strength close to that of a martial god. If that was true, then they might still have a chance to fight against the Black Cheelan clan. Actually, I also have something that I'm hiding from everyone. Seeing that Yunsheng had confessed, Dongwang Linger felt embarrassed to continue hiding it. One of the 8 barren divine artifacts, Dongwang Qing, has always been hidden in the Dongwang Imperial Tomb. It can absorb the opponent's magic power and turn it into its own. Using it, I can use super magic. She also took out the Dongwang Qing. The 2 of you hit it really well. Both of you actually have an 8 barren divine artifact. You make it seem like divine artifacts are as common as cabbages. To think that we were searching for divine artifacts all over the continent. Sister Lan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. These 2 junior sisters of hers were really impressive. The 8 barren divine artifacts that hadn't been seen in the continent for thousands of years were actually in their hands. Although Sister Lan was angry, she wasn't jealous of Yunsheng and Linger. She was originally a simple person. Although she was a little envious of divine artifacts, to be able to gain the recognition of a divine artifact was a kind of opportunity. It couldn't be forced. Thinking up to here, Sister Lan also felt relieved. However, once the two divine artifacts appeared, it undoubtedly boosted the morale of the Boundless Continent's side. Yunsheng secretly said in her heart. Fortunately, she didn't take out the other divine artifacts on her. Otherwise, Sister Lan would definitely be so agitated that she would strangle her to death. Among the few of them, Sister Lan was the oldest and had the most battle experience. Thus, everyone elected her as the overall commander. Just as Sister Lan was assigning the deployment, there was good news. Yun Songlong brought a group of hunters with him. They even brought Tycoon Jin. Yuan Shanshan and Yuan Bupo from the Grand Emperor City also came. In addition, people from the continent's Hunters Guild also came one after another. The collapse of the Duqian Blood Seal only happened 2 days ago. In order to prevent unnecessary panic in the continent, the news had already been sealed. Therefore, everyone's arrival surprised Yunsheng and the rest. Second uncle and everyone. Why are you all here? Sheng, how long are you planning to hide this from second uncle? The invasion of the Bakra orcs is such a big news. As a member of the continent, all of us have the responsibility to participate. Yun Songlong complained to Yunsheng. If he didn't coincidentally contact a hunter who was on a mission near the Dutian relay station recently, he might not have known that such a big thing had happened in the Dutian blood realm. Bupo, why are you all here too? There were hunters in every corner of the continent. Therefore, it wasn't strange that second Uncle Yun Songlong came. However, why were the people from the Grand Emperor City here too? Yunsheng, have you forgotten about the divine totem beasts? The 4 divine totem beasts are connected. The Black Tortoise was the one who told us about the Dutian Blood Seal. The Grand Emperor City has the responsibility of protecting the continent. Although we can't help much, the Dihong song can boost the morale of the troops. When we encounter the Bakra orcs, it can also be used to a certain extent. Yuan Bupo looked at Yunsheng with adoration in his eyes. Yuan Shanshan saw this and couldn't help but have a headache. This silly little brother. He was the one who pestered their father and said that he must come and help Yunsheng. At this juncture, one more person means one more contribution. Leader Yun, Lan Bucai, has just been appointed as the overall commander of this ambush. Since you're here, please help us with the deployment. Lan Bucai and Yun Songlong worked together and quickly came up with a plan. Chapter 1073. Around midnight, somewhere in the Dutian blood realm, a terrifying beast-like roar came from the barrier whirlpool in the sky. Boom! An enormous pillar of light that lit up the sky broke through the vicious clouds in the sky like a meteor and landed at a certain place in Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia. It was a powerful battle energy that tore apart the barrier of the continent. Under the lead of Patriarch He Yao, almost 1,000 black Qilin warriors broke through the barrier of the blood realm that had blocked the Bakra orcs for thousands of years and entered the Boundless Continent. After more than 20 years, He Yao, have finally returned. He Yao, the patriarch of the Black Qilin clan, had hair as black as night. His wild eyes flashed with the unruliness of a wolf king. The Boundless Continent carried He Yao's most bitter memories. At that time, he had just become the young patriarch of the Black Qilin tribe and thought that he was the most powerful person in the world. It wasn't until he passed through the barrier of the Dutian blood realm that he realized that both the beast race and the human race were so insignificant in front of such a powerful barrier. It was also from then on that He Yao realized that he wasn't strong enough. He met Li Qingsheng and Qing Chong in the Boundless Continent and remembered the former for dozens of years. It was a pity that when he returned to the Boundless Continent, she had already turned into a soul. When He Yao thought of this, he couldn't help but feel sad. Yi Baiming's mother, Empress Li, was the first woman he met when he was heavily injured. Empress Li was different from any woman he had ever met. Empress Li was only 14 years old that year, the best years of a young girl. She was innocent and didn't know the dangers of the world. At that time, she hadn't met her nemesis, Yi Qingtian. It was undeniable that Empress Li was beautiful, but He Yao didn't like her because of her beauty. She was very special. He Yao still remembered that when he was in danger, that woman dressed in men's clothing called out to him softly. Her slender fingers brushed against the blood on his body, and she fed him the clear water. He opened his eyes and saw that the woman was as quiet as the moon in the sky. Her eyes seemed to be filled with stars, so beautiful that it made people think that she was an illusion. The moment He Yao saw her, he decided that he had to get his hands on this woman. Unfortunately, when He Yao woke up, Empress had already settled him down in a village. She and the merchant group had already left. At that time, He Yao did not even know her name. When he saw Empress again, she was already married. She was the Empress of Zhou State. However, her man had found He Yao. At that time, He Yao was overjoyed. He forced Yi Qingtian to use Empress in exchange for the support of the Black Qilin tribe. He got what he wanted and got Empress body, but he couldn't get her heart. After that, he suddenly received news that his father had passed away and that the Black Qilin tribe had fallen into chaos. In a hurry, he returned to the 8 Desolates continent. He had been gone for more than 20 years. Empress Li was dead, but she and her son, Yi Baiming, had inherited Li Qingqing's personality. He Yao heard that Yi Baiming had inherited his mother's outstanding looks. Perhaps bringing Yi Baiming back to the 8 Desolates continent was a kind of compensation for He Yao. He just wanted to prove to Empress Li that their son would eventually return to the 8 Desolates continent. Breathing in the familiar yet foreign air of the boundless continent, He Yao couldn't help but roar at the sky. Behind him, the 1,000 Beast soldiers and He Linlin all half-knelt. The Black Qilin tribe swears loyalty to the tribe leader. The tribe leader's divine might shakes the boundless continent. The major tribes of the Bakra orcs had received orders from the beast god Altar at almost the same time to attack the boundless continent. Other than the Black Qilin tribe leader, the other tribe leaders did not personally lead their troops. However, each tribe had sent their elites. However, these elites were still not as disciplined as the Black Qilin warriors. They only used half the time of the other tribes to arrive at the boundless continent. I wonder if Dugu Xiu passed on father's orders to Yi Baiming, He Linlin said from the side. They had invaded the Dutian blood realm overnight. When the Qilin tribe's elites had arrived, they had caused a huge commotion. However, such a huge commotion had not attracted the humans. It seemed that the 5th priest had already occupied the Dutian blood realm. It seems that Yi Baiming is still stubborn. Otherwise, he would have come with Xiu or to welcome us. He Yao was displeased. Yi Baiming was really stubborn. 3 years ago, due to the urgent situation, he had only used the Phantom Hand to come to the boundless continent. The Phantom Hand could only unleash a portion of his strength. This time, he had personally come to the boundless continent. Other than Yi Baiming, he wanted to take down the boundless continent. Linlin, what was the name of the woman who shot my Phantom Hand with an arrow last time? He Yao still had an arrow wound on his hand. Last time, he had been paying attention to Yi Baiming and did not notice who the woman who had attacked him was. This woman was said to be a remnant of the celestial fox. She had a foxy face and caused the 2 brothers, Yi Baiming and Dugu Xiu, to turn against each other. This time, if he had the chance, he would definitely kill that woman. Yin Sheng. She is from the Zhou State. After Yi Baiming transformed into his beast form, that woman used the identity of the Prince Regent to take charge of the Zhou State. This woman is not only good at seduction, she is also very ambitious. He Linlin added fuel to the fire. The Celestial Fox clan is dissolute by nature. This kind of bitch deserves to be killed. He Yao frowned, and his killing intent towards Yun Sheng intensified. Father, we have already arrived at the boundless continent. What should we do next? He Linlin looked at the vast blood boundary plains. After the blood seal collapsed, the evil aura here became much stronger. The roars of the blood cloud beasts could be heard everywhere. In the distant Dutian relay station, a dim light flickered. Everything looked very peaceful. It was too peaceful. It was so peaceful that it felt like a storm was coming. Father, should we go to the Dutian relay station and meet up with the 5th priest first? He Linlin asked. No, just send a small group of people to the Dutian relay station. We will go to the Qilin King's tomb first. The Qilin King's tomb is the sacred ground of the Black Qilin clan. Before a big battle in the past, the Qilin clan must have paid respects to their ancestors. He Yao's dark eyes were deep. The collapse of the Duqian blood seal meant that the Black Qilin King's tomb must have been severely damaged. That woman, the fifth priest, had always thought highly of herself. Moreover, the beast god altar that she was in had always been above the 8 major beast tribes. He Yao had long been dissatisfied with her. However, the beast god altar's high priest was so powerful that even He Yao had to be wary of her. He Yao would never agree to listen to that woman, the fifth priest. Thus, He Linlin picked out 100 Black Qilin warriors and went to the Dutian relay station first. The father and daughter pair then led the rest of the people to the Dutian blood seal. Thank you for your monthly votes, recommendation votes, and tips. Chapter 1074. The 100 Black Qilin warriors that He Yao had sent to the Dutian relay station flew in unison towards the Dutian relay station. In the night sky, they were like countless black-winged bats, only letting out rustling sounds in the night wind. Outside the Dutian relay station, a few magic illumination arrays emitted soft light, driving away the blood cloud mosquitoes that were wandering nearby. Many Beast Corps soldiers were either patrolling or standing at the entrance of the relay station. Everything seemed to be in order. When the 100 Black Qilin warriors landed, they cautiously looked at the relay station. Seeing the corpses of the Beast soldiers, the leader of the Qilin team sighed in relief. Just as Patriarch He Yao expected, everything went well with the fifth priest. Let's go forward together. The leader waved his hand, and the Qilin warriors filed forward. The Black Qilin warriors didn't notice that near where they landed, several heads suddenly popped out from beside a few protruding rocks. Yin Sheng, they really fell for it. Ling whispered, because they didn't know how many people the Black Qilin tribe would send, and whether Patriarch He Yao was among them. Yin Sheng and the others didn't plan to meet force with force. The fifth priest had died, but at that time, she did not have the opportunity to use the soul explosion technique like the first summoner. Therefore, Yin Sheng predicted that at this time, whether it was the beast god altar or the people of the other 8 desolate tribes, none of them knew that the fifth priest had died. This was a good opportunity worth taking advantage of. Yin Sheng used the corpses of the beast soldiers that were already under her control to order them to wander around the Dutian relay station, creating the illusion that the fifth priest had successfully taken over the Dutian relay station. The hunters, warriors, and magicians in the Dutian courier station were already scattered around the courier station. They were only waiting for the Black Qilin clan to barge in before launching a surprise attack. The number of people seems wrong. There are only about 100 of them. Among those Qilin warriors, there are no experts whose strength surpasses the martial emperor realm. With the help of Shenong's eye, Yin Sheng could see clearly even in the dark night. The Black Qilin warriors heading to the Dutian relay station were all wearing heavy Qilin helmets. Their eyes were bright, and most of them were at the martial sage level. As expected of the Black Qilin clan, their elite warriors were all martial sages. Everyone could not help but think to themselves that it was fortunate that they were the ones who discovered this group of people. It should be known that on the Boundless Continent, even if a few great countries were gathered, they might not have as many martial saints as the Black Qilin tribe. One could imagine how big the gap between the Boundless Continent and the 8 Desolates continent was in these 10,000 years. The more this was the case, the more determined everyone was to eliminate these Black Qilin warriors and revive the Dutian blood realm. Yun Sheng's gaze passed through the 100 over people and quickly discovered something. He Yao was not among them. Although he had never seen He Yao before, He Yao's strength was clear at a glance. The leader was 2 meters tall and had a heavy sword at his waist. However, in terms of strength, he was at most a martial Grand Emperor. He was far from the legendary peak martial god Patriarch He Yao. There are only 2 possibilities. Either He Yao has not arrived and sent this group of people to scout ahead. The other possibility is that He Yao has split into 2 groups and gone to other places. Sister Lan voiced her concern. Everyone's hearts sank. If it was only the first possibility, it would be fine. However, if it was the second possibility, then it was not good. He Yao was a cunning old fox. If he had split into 2 groups, where else could he go? It could only be the Dutian Blood Realm or other places in the Boundless Continent. We have to end this quickly. If He Yao really goes to the Dutian Blood Realm, I'm afraid Gufeng and the rest will be in danger. Yunsheng wiped off cold sweat. Ji Rumo and Chang Si Ming were very strong. However, if they were to go against He Yao, it would not be so optimistic. Just as Yunsheng and the rest were talking, the Kirin warriors walked towards the Dutian relay station. Isn't Gufeng in danger? No. Yunsheng, we have to save them. Dongwang Ling was shocked. How about this? Yunsheng, you Ling and abandon go to the Dutian Blood Realm first. Leader Yun and I will be responsible for eliminating the Kirin warriors in this area. Long was also very worried. Gufeng and the other two were responsible for drawing the new Dutian Blood Realm. Their safety was more important than anyone else's. Yunsheng had a large number of demonic beasts under her command. She also had the magic bracelet, dollar, and tyrant gold. Dongwang Ling also had Dongwang Qing, abandon, and Little Green. If they went together, even if they couldn't kill He Yao, they could delay him for a while. When the new Dutian Blood Realm was completed, they could defeat He Yao and the rest. Yunsheng thought for a while and felt that this was the only feasible plan. The few of them quietly went towards the Dutian Blood Realm. On the other side, hundreds of Kirin warriors had already arrived at the relay station. Brothers, we are the subordinates of He Yao. We are here to help the fifth priest. The team leaders stepped forward. After a while, the bull beast soldiers did not answer. I almost forgot that these are the fifth priest beast soldiers. They are all zombies. How can they answer? The team leader patted his head and mocked himself. Hence, he walked towards the relay station with the 99 Kirin warriors. The relay station's door was tightly shut. The team leader pushed the door open. In the brightly lit relay station, the moment the team leader pushed the door open, there was a sudden roar. It turned out that Blue and the others had already set up a large number of magic arrays in the rooms of the Dutian relay station. These magic arrays were all set up with restrictions. They were like ticking time bombs. As soon as someone broke in, they would explode instantly. The warriors of the Black Qilin clan were ferocious, but they were all warriors and knew little about magic arrays. Plus, they saw the corpses of the beast soldiers and naturally thought that the Dutian relay station was under the control of the fifth priest. That was why they fell for it so easily. Many violent magic arrays, such as thunderstorm, fire, and earth spikes, were instantly detonated. The Dutian relay station was suddenly set ablaze. Many of the Black Kirin warriors who were caught off guard were hit by the thunderstorm and split into two. Some of them were covered in fire and turned into flaming men. As they rolled, they were pierced by the sharp earth spikes. Oh no, we've been ambushed. The team leader was furious. Behind him, the beast soldiers' corpses under the fifth priest's control waved their heavy axes and chopped at the Kirin warriors who were not attacked by the magic arrays. The bull beast soldiers' corpses were very powerful. Their heavy axes chopped a few Kirin warriors in half, as if they were firewood. The team leader shouted angrily. His black Kirin battle aura was dense like dark clouds covering the sun. He rushed forward and grabbed a bull beast soldier's corpse with one hand. With a roar, he channeled his fighting aura into his arms. His arms were like iron bars. Asterisk poo poo asterisk with two sounds of blunt weapons entering flesh. The arms of the Black Qilin squad leader directly pierced through the chests of the two bull corpses. The black-colored blood of the corpses instantly spilled onto the ground. Chapter 1075. This Black Qilin squad leader was the only martial emperor among all the Black Qilin warriors. After he killed the two barbaric bull beast soldier corpses, he took a closer look and discovered that the barbaric bull beast soldier corpses had a golden eye-shaped brand on their foreheads. This mark was clearly not the fifth priest's unique mark. Could it be? The fifth priest had met with an accident and her corpses were being controlled by someone else? There was actually a corpse sacrifice more powerful than the fifth priest in the Wuji continent? The Black Qilin squad leader was shocked. Charge! Defend the Wuji continent and destroy the Bakro orcs. Many sorcerers and warriors rushed out from all directions. Lan He and Yun Songhai rushed to the front. The two of them flanked the Black Chelan squad leader from the left and right. Dozens of miles away from the Dutian relay station, Yunsheng led a few people in the direction of the Dutian relay station. Behind them, a ball of magic light suddenly lit up and then returned to normal. Looks like Sister Lan and the others have already made their move. We have to speed up too. Yunsheng stopped and stared for a moment. Yunsheng, look at the sky. She was surprised. Looking up, they saw a huge hole in the blood-red sky that was originally covered by a vicious aura. It was like a murderer who had lost all his teeth, opening his mouth and laughing maliciously at everyone. That was the blood cloud hole left behind by the Black Chelan clan after breaking through the enchantment. The hole was still expanding. Looking at the size of the hole, at least hundreds to thousands of beast soldiers had poured into the Blood Realm. It's too dangerous to keep this thing. What if the other 8 Wastelands beast clans take advantage of the situation and enter? Just as he finished speaking, a gurgling sound came from the Blood Cloud Cave. The clouds began to churn again, as if something was about to break out of the cave. Could it be that when it rains, it pours? Is there really an invasion by other beasts? Yunsheng grumbled in her heart. It was a matter of urgency now. If the other party came with more powerful characters. Boom! Another flash of light landed. Yunsheng and the others retreated to the side. But this flash of light was much weaker than when He Yao and the Black Chelan clan broke through the enchantment. Qi Muguan of the Boss Serpent clan appeared in front of them with a few hundred Boss Serpent warriors. Young clan leader, we have arrived at the Blood Realm. But looking at the situation, someone has already entered the Blood Realm. It should be the Black Chelan clan. After Qi Muguan learned of his sister's death, he had been plotting to go to the Boundless Land to avenge her death. Qi Muguan was the first to enter the Dutian Blood Realm. He was the first to enter the Chaos to enter the Blood Realm. To enter the Chaos region first in the Blood Realm. But there was Qi led in Blood, Chelan, the Blood Chelan, the Blood Chelan, Blood. But there were benefits to being slow. The entrance to the Blood Realm opened by He Yao, and the others allowed Qi Muguan and the others to enter the Blood Realm effortlessly. The warriors of the Boss Serpent clan were different from the strong Black Chelan clan. Their warriors were mostly magicians. Most of them were tall and alluring male and female magicians. Yunsheng had only met Qi Muguan once before, but she still had some impression of him. Hiss! There are humans. Qi Muguan also noticed Yunsheng and the others. Qi Muguan looked similar to his sister, Qi Bai. He looked like a girl and had a pair of narrow eyes like bamboo leaves. That old woman Lin Yin, what's going on? Why are there humans in the Blood Realm? Qi Muguan looked at the young magicians arrogantly. When his gaze swept past Dong Huang Ling Er's face, a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. You killed my sister, Qi Bai. After saying that, Dong Huang Ling Er's magic soul suddenly appeared. An emerald soul snake that was the size of a little finger attached itself to Dong Huang Ling Er's magic soul. Qi Muguan raised his hand. That emerald soul snake flew into Qi Muguan's hand like lightning. The soul snake hissed a few times at Qi Muguan. Its eyes were filled with hatred. After saying that, the little soul snake turned into a strand of magic power and disappeared. Yunsheng and the others were shocked. Later, Qin's Madame Qi Bai was killed by Ling Er. Only Gufeng and Dongwang Ling Er knew about Madame Qi Bai's death. But the two of them didn't expect that Madame Qi Bai would leave behind a warning. It turned out that the Boss Serpent clan was very mysterious. Madame Qi Bai was killed by Dongwang Qing's godly power. She died under Dongwang Ling Er's super magic. She died with hatred. At the last moment of her death, she used the soul snake's power in her magic soul to hide in Dongwang Ling Er's magic soul. As long as Dongwang Ling Er encountered someone from the Boss Serpent clan, the little soul snake would tell the truth to the Boss Serpent clan and avenge Madame Qi Bai's death. Earlier, Qi Muguan had always thought that his sister, Madame Qi Bai, died under the hands of Dugashio. He didn't expect that his sister, Madame Qi Bai, died under the hands of a female mage. I was the one who killed her. Madame Qi Bai used her soul snake to kill my elder brother, turning him into an idiot. She and I have an irreconcilable enmity. It is only right for me to kill her. Dong Wang Ling had a stern expression on her face. Even if she had to face the revenge of the Boss Serpent clan, she still didn't have the slightest bit of regret. Yun Sheng, this is my matter. I won't drag everyone down with me. You all go to the Bloodstains first and save Gufeng and the others. Dong Wang Ling wasn't willing to drag everyone down with her because of her hatred. Yun Sheng's brows were tightly knitted. Yun Sheng, our opponent has a lot of people. It's better for us to use our Di Hong song to fight in a group. Bring your demonic beasts and abandon and enter the Bloodstains first. Leave this place to us and Miss Ling. Yuan Bupo could tell that Yun Sheng was in a difficult position. Time was of the essence. If they delayed for 15 minutes, Gufeng and the others who were in the Bloodstains of the Dutian would be in greater danger. However, even if Dong Wang Ling had Dong Wang Qing's help, it would still be very difficult for her to fight against so many Boss Serpent warriors. Then, I'll leave it to you all. Yun Sheng could only make such arrangements. She held on to Ling Er's hand and rushed towards the location of the Dutian Bloodstains together with abandon. I heard from the Soul Snake that you still have the 8 Baron Divine Artifact, Dong Wang Qing. Fine, today, I will take revenge for Qi Bai and destroy the 8 Baron Divine Artifact while I'm at it. Qi Muguan laughed loudly. Their opponent's group actually dared to split up. Right now, there were only 3 of them. On the other hand, the Boss Serpent clan had close to 500 people. Although their individual strength might not be able to defeat their opponent, it was more than enough for them to kill their opponent. Boss Serpent warriors, shapeshift. Qi Muguan gave out an order. The 500 Boss Serpent warriors simultaneously let out a hissing sound that could make one's scalp go numb. The Boss Serpent warriors who were originally in human form suddenly transformed into half-human, half-snake mages. A magic soul stone was embedded into their foreheads. Chapter 1076. The Boss Serpent tribe was different from the Black Qilin tribe. The warriors of the Boss Serpent tribe weren't as strong as the warriors of the Qilin tribe. However, they had the bloodline of the Boss Serpent tribe. Their ancestor, the Boss Serpent tribe, could summon clouds and summon rain. Looking at Qi Muguan, he had obtained the Boss Serpent King's relic after entering the Dutian Blood Realm's Boss Serpent King's tomb with 7 other descendants of the Boss Serpent tribe. In the past 3 years, he had fused with part of the Boss Serpent King's relic's power. His second inheritance had also been awakened. Collective beastification was his first inheritance. In just a moment, Qi Muguan and the 500 Boss Serpent tribe warriors had all completed their beastification. Their speed was so fast that they were even faster than the beastified warriors of the Boundless Continent. In this way, the magicians had a strong physique that was similar to that of the warriors. In terms of attack and defense, their strength had greatly increased. Looking at Qi Muguan, he was covered in red snake scales. His snake body, which was half a meter thick, was coiled into a ball as he flew in midair. His long and narrow snake eyes were filled with contempt. In his hand, he was holding a cobra magic scepter. Ant-like humans, how dare you look down on the power of the Boss Serpent tribe? Warriors, kill them! Qi Muguan waved the cobra scepter. The 500 Boss Serpent warriors roared as they unleashed all sorts of multicolored magic attacks. Seeing this, Dong Wang Ling didn't panic. She flipped her hand, and Dong Wang Qing appeared in her hand. Ancestor Dong Wang, help me defeat these evil Boss Serpents. The magic wings behind Dong Wang Ling's back flapped lightly. Her clothes were red like fire, and her bright face was suffused with a holy light. After experiencing many life and death battles, Dong Wang Ling had become more familiar with using Dong Wang Qing, especially last time when she was fighting with the Emperor Zhao in red. Although Dong Wang Ling was severely injured, she understood how to use Dong Wang Qing even more. Dong Wang Qing let out a buzzing sound as he swallowed all the magic attacks in one gulp from his dark urn. I'll let you see what it means to reap what you sow, super magic hurricane dragon. Dong Wang Ling chanted. In the sky, the wind and clouds changed, and a hurricane dragon hovered in the sky. So you used this magic to kill Qi Bai. Dong Wang Qing truly lives up to his reputation. Seeing how Dongwang Ling was able to absorb all of the magic attacks from her side and convert them into her own magic power, Dongwang Qing's magic power. The greed in Qi Muguan's eyes grew even stronger. He stared at the Dongwang Qing in Dongwang Ling's hand. Beside the Tempest Nightmare Dragon, wind-type magic elements filled the air. Dongwang Linger raised her hand, and several hurricanes instantly blew away the venom. However, right at this moment, the boss serpent's body swayed and suddenly disappeared within the sea of clouds. Shit, this ancestral wizard boss serpent has the ability to conceal itself. It is not easy to deal with. Beads of sweat appeared on Dongwang Linger's forehead as she carefully observed the boss serpent's actions. Suddenly, there was a strange fluctuation of cloud energy behind her. The triangular-shaped boss serpent's head suddenly stretched out and opened its mouth. Its venomous fangs fiercely bit down on the Tempest Nightmare Dragon. Dongwang Linger was alarmed. After the ancestral wizard boss serpent bit onto the Tempest Nightmare Dragon's neck, the ancestral wizard boss serpent wasn't willing to let go of the Tempest Nightmare Dragon. The venom quickly spread throughout the Tempest Nightmare Dragon's body. The boss serpent bit onto the Tempest Nightmare Dragon, and the two of them rolled in the sky. Dongwang Linger almost fell down from the sky. After another roll, Dongwang Linger lost her strength and was thrown down from the Tempest Nightmare Dragon's head. Like a falling leaf, her body fell from the sky. Right at this moment, a loud cry of a lawn bird could be heard in the sky, and an ice-blue figure flashed past. Dongwang Linger felt that her body was soft, and she had already landed on the back of the Ice-Fire Phoenix Luan. On the Ice-Fire Phoenix Luan, Yuan Bupo nodded his head at Dongwang Linger. "Miss Dongwang, leave the rest to me." It turned out that Yuan Bupo and his sister were watching the battle from below. Seeing that Dongwang Linger was about to lose, Yuan Bupo hurriedly made his move. On the other side, Yuan Shanshan was already fighting with Qi Muguan. The Ice-Fire Phoenix Luan had beautiful feathers, and its body was lithe. Its golden beak aimed at the boss serpent's eyes and fiercely pecked down. Immediately, a putrid stench of snake blood spurted out. The boss serpent was in pain, and it had no choice but to let go of the Tempest Nightmare Dragon. Ancestral wizard evil beast, how dare you cause trouble in the boundless land? Let my Grand Emperor family destroy your prestige. After Yuan Bupo finished speaking, a jade flute appeared in his hand. He placed his lips on the jade flute, and the sound of the flute could be heard. Suddenly, the color of the sky changed. Chapter 1077. Dongwang Linger was sitting on the back of the Ice-Fire Phoenix. She had used up a lot of her magic power in the previous battle. She was also falling from the sky. She was feeling dizzy. She looked at Dongwang Qing in her hand. It had become dim. The magic power in Dongwang Qing was also dispersing. "I'm still too weak. If this Shun Qing was in Yun Sheng's hands, she would be much stronger than me," Dongwang Linger thought to herself. Suddenly, she heard the sound of a flute. It was like drinking a mouthful of rain during a drought. She felt refreshed. Is this the power of the Dihong song? Dongwang Linger was astonished. Suddenly, her hand trembled. The dim Dongwang Qing suddenly let out a joyful sound. What was happening? Could it be that the Dihong song of the Grand Emperor City had the effect of recovering the 8 barren divine artifacts' divine power? Dongwang Linger was astonished. She looked at the sky again. The ancestral witch Ba, she's I was injured by the Ice-Fire Phoenix. One of the snake's eyes was filled with blood. Its originally ugly appearance looked even more disgusting. The ancestral witch Ba, she glared at Yuan Bupo, the Ice-Fire Phoenix, and Yuan Bupo. Yuan Bupo's flute sound was different from before. The flute sound was clear and powerful. It was like thousands of horses galloping and hundreds of birds chirping. After the Xian family was annihilated in the Grand Emperor City, the Yuan family inherited the Grand Emperor City. Yuan Bupo officially became the young city lord. 3 years ago, after he parted ways with Yun Sheng, he worked hard and entered the Grand Emperor's tomb with the power of the Black Tortoise Totem. he cultivated wholeheartedly in the tomb. Finally, half a year ago, he saw the ancient secret of the Grand Emperor's tomb by chance. His Dihong Song's power improved by leaps and bounds. It was because of this that the Grand Emperor City Lord, Yuan Buku, agreed to let Yuan Bupo go to the Dutian Blood Realm to support Yun Sheng and the others. The sound of the flute rose and fell, sometimes like a gurgling stream, sometimes like a river flowing into a river, and sometimes like the east flowing into the sea. When the righteous warriors of the human race heard this, their morale was greatly boosted, and their blood boiled. However, when the Ba Serpent clansmen heard this, they felt that it was extremely ear-piercing. The sound of the flute seemed to pierce into their minds, and they were on the verge of collapse. Obscene music. What is there to fear? Ba Serpent ancestor, break his flute music. Qi Muguan was entangled by Yuan Shanshan. On the King Cobra's scepter in his hand, the King Cobra's eyes suddenly lit up. It opened its mouth and spat out a cloud of poisonous gas. Yuan Shanshan hurriedly dodged, but Qi Muguan seized the opportunity. Qi Muguan seized the opportunity to leap onto the Ba Serpent's back. Ancestral Witch Ba, she let out a long hiss, and the scales on its body opened up. From its mouth, streams of venom turned into countless small snakes that shot towards the ice and fire phoenix Luan. At this moment, the Dihong song had reached its climax. Yuan Bupo's right hand's middle finger and index finger suddenly pressed against the body of the flute. Dihong Song Chapter 9, Sound of Arrival, Sound of War. The sound of the flute suddenly stopped, and a 5 to 6 meter tall divine soldier wearing a silver-white divine helmet appeared in the sky. That divine soldier was awe-inspiring, and his body was surrounded by boundless fighting energy. In his hand, he held a demon slayer long spear that weighed almost 1,000 pounds. The divine soldier received the instructions from the flute music. He stepped on the clouds and held the long spear in his hand. His entire body was like a sharp flash of lightning. With a leap, the long spear in his hand pierced through the thick blood clouds. The sky seemed to have been torn apart. With a sharp metallic sound, the long spear turned into a silver light and directly pierced through the ancestral Witch Ba-Shi's throat. In an instant, the blood of the ancestral Witch Ba-Shi splattered everywhere. The snake blood splattered like rain, and it fell from the sky to the ground. Bang! When the long spear pierced through the Ba Serpent, the long spear suddenly exploded. Countless fragments of the long spear shot towards the 500 Ba Serpent mages like countless daggers. The heads of the 500 Ba Serpent mages and warriors were hit by the fragments of the long spear. They rolled on the ground, and all of them died. However, the one who suffered the heaviest injury was Qi Muguan, who summoned the ancestral Witch Ba-Shi with his second inheritance. The King Cobra magic staff in his hand exploded. Qi Muguan spat out a mouthful of blood. His magic soul was like a candle flame that was blown by the wind, and it was going to collapse at any moment. Qi Muguan was shocked. He didn't expect that Yuan Bupo would be able to summon such a terrifying divine soldier. The divine soldier that Yuan Bupo summoned possessed the might of a god. It was obviously an item from the realm of the gods. If Qi Muguan continued to delay, his magic soul might be destroyed, and he might not even be able to keep his life. Just you wait. My Ba Serpent clan will definitely not let this go. I will definitely make all of you pay with your blood. Qi Muguan's bloodshot eyes were about to split open as he stared at the 500 Ba Serpent warriors who died in a single strike. Without his subordinates, and with his injuries, he didn't dare to stay any longer. He ran into the Blood Cloud Cave in a sorry state and escaped from the Dutian Blood Realm. Yuan Bupo heaved a sigh of relief and landed on the ground with Dong Huang Ling. Thank you, Brother Yuan. Dong Huang Ling was grateful. She didn't expect the power of the Dihong song from the city beyond this world to be so shocking. The power of the divine soldier just now was actually able to defeat Qi Muguan, who had the second inheritance of the Ba Serpent. Miss Dong Huang, you are too courteous. You are Yun Sheng's good friend. It is my duty to take care of you. Moreover, if it wasn't for Yun Sheng, I'm afraid I wouldn't be where I am today. Yuan Bupo no longer had the hot-blooded rashness of the past. He only nodded his head calmly. Yuan Bupo wasn't just saying those words out of courtesy. If he hadn't met Yunxing back then, he wouldn't have painstakingly learned the Dihong song just because he admired her. What he used just now was the legendary ninth movement of the Dihong song. Since the establishment of the Dihong city, no one had obtained the ninth movement of the Dihong song in the emperor's tomb for thousands of years. Yuan Bupo had entered the emperor's tomb with the intention of becoming stronger. After almost dying, he finally had the chance to get a glimpse of the ninth movement of the Dihong song. However, he didn't expect that the Dihong song wasn't an ordinary music score. Instead, it was the 9 imperial seals left behind by the Emperor Huiyin before he ascended and became a god. Unfortunately, although Yuan Bupo heard the ninth movement, he didn't fully comprehend it. He only roughly comprehended 2 of the imperial seals. It was also because of this incomplete Dihong song that Yuan Bupo was able to summon the divine soldier from the realm of the gods to defeat the ancestral witch boss serpent. Yuan Bupo felt a little regretful. If he could comprehend a little more, the divine soldier that he summoned today wouldn't be as simple as a divine soldier. Oh yeah, Brother Yuan, since your flute music is so powerful, you can help us fight against He Yao. Dong Huang Ling was excited. No, although the ninth movement of the Dihong song is powerful, it consumes a lot of energy every time I use it. With my current strength, I can only use it once a month. Moreover, He Yao is different from Qi Muwan. He is a peak martial god. Compared to Qi Muwan, he is tens of times more powerful. Yuan Bupo shook his head. There's no time to lose. Let's immediately enter the Dutian Bloody Seal. Hopefully, we can catch up with Yunsheng and the others, Yuan Shanshan reminded the two. The two nodded their heads and flew towards the Dutian Bloody Seal. Chapter 1078. Father, there's movement at the entrance of the Blood World. He Yao, He Linlin, and the others were already near the Dutian Blood Seal. He Linlin's eyelids twitched as she looked up at the sky. Although they were already far away from the entrance of the Dutian Blood World, the sky looked very unusual. The Boss Serpent clan is here, but they seem to have attracted something interesting. He Yao did not turn around, but an unreadable expression flashed across his eyes. He did not expect that there would be an existence on the Boundless Continent that could defeat the ancestral Witch Boss Serpent. It seemed that he had underestimated the strength of the Boundless Continent's human race. Just as He Yao was deep in thought, he suddenly sensed something. At this time, the sun had already set and the moon had just risen. Although there was no distinction between day and night in the Dutian Blood World, the sky had become even darker. What caught He Yao's attention was that there was almost no hostility near the Dutian Blood Seal. Even if the Dutian Blood Seal had collapsed, the strongest hostility of the Beast King was sealed in the Blood Seal. Even if the Blood Seal had collapsed, the hostility here should be the heaviest. But now, there was almost no hostility to speak of in this area. On the contrary, there was an aura of light magic here. Linlin, don't meddle in other people's business. It seems that someone got here before us. He Yao smiled coldly. The mounds of the 8 wilderness beast kings, which were supposed to be in ruins, were cleaned up in just one day. He Linlin was reminded by He Yao and also noticed that there was a force in the Dutian Blood Seal that was constantly strengthening. She could vaguely see that there was a vigorous force in the ruins of the Blood Seal, and the ones who formed this force were the 3 people in the core area of the Beast King tombs. Human race? Why is the human race here? He Linlin was shocked. Ji Rumo, Gu Feng, and Elder Si Ming also noticed He Yao and the others. Ji Rumo and the others had just finished drawing the magic array and were waiting for Gu Feng to activate the ball of light and reconstruct the new Dutian Blood Seal. Linlin, they seem to be planning to rearrange the Dutian blood print. He Yao's gaze was like a sharp blade that cut through the 3 of them. When it landed on Gu Feng's face, Gu Feng couldn't help but shiver. This man had such a strong, murderous aura. Among all the people Gu Feng had come into contact with, the one who gave him the heaviest murderous aura was later Qin's iron-blooded emperor, Duguxiu. However, compared to this tall and wild man in front of him, Duguxiu paled in comparison. Thinking of this, Gu Feng suddenly felt that this man in front of him was very similar to Duga Xiao, except for his hair color and age, which were slightly longer than his. You are the patriarch of the Black Qilin clan. Hey Yao. Gu Feng lost his voice. Lowly human magician, how dare you call my father by his name? Do you believe that I will cut off your tongue? Hey Lin Lin glared at Gu Feng. Miss, pay attention to your words. Shouldn't you take care of your own tongue before cutting it out? Ji Rumo said coldly. Who the hell are you? You don't dare to look at people with your true face. Cutting off his tongue is already letting him off easy. You want to redraw the Dutian bloodprint with just the three of you? That's ridiculous, Hey Lin Lin said disdainfully. In Hey Lin Lin's eyes, apart from Yi Biming, no one else on the boundless continent was worthy of her attention. The heavenly blood seal was an ancient divine seal that even the patriarchs of the 8 Desolation Beast clans could not break through. They did not have the 8 Desolation divine artifact, nor did they have a peerless expert who could rival the 8 great experts. How could the 3 of them possibly draw a new blood seal? Ji Rumo was wearing a mask, and she didn't know what kind of ugly person he was. Lin Lin, shut up, He Yao suddenly shouted, and stopped Hey Lin Lin. Among the 3 of them, He Yao paid the most attention not to Elder Si Ming, who was the oldest and seemed to have the highest cultivation level. Instead, it was Ji Rumo who seemed to have the coldest temperament. Even with He Yao's eyesight, he couldn't see through the cultivation level of this young man with an unknown appearance and background. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party's strength was on par with his own, then it was that he had an extremely powerful magic artifact that concealed his skills. No matter which of these 2 possibilities was true, it was rare for He Yao to see. Master, you and Gu Feng start chanting first. Leave this to me, Ji Rumo said in a deep voice. You alone? Father, let me deal with this arrogant magician, Hey Lin Lin said disdainfully. As soon as she finished speaking, the fighting aura around her body suddenly spread out. Her slim figure rushed out and punched Ji Rumo. A golden light flashed by. When Hey Lin Lin's fist landed, she felt as if she had hit a wall. Ji Rumo transformed into a golden man with golden light all over his body. Who said he's alone? There's still us. Yun Sheng and Abandon arrived in time. It turned out that the thing that stopped Hey Lin Lin was Yun Sheng's eternal life magic artifact. Tycoon Gold. Yun Sheng, it's you again. Hey Lin Lin saw Yun Sheng. It was really like meeting a love rival. Her eyes were exceptionally red, as if they were about to spit out fire. Attack, Hey Lin Lin shouted. Several Kirin warriors behind Hey Lin Lin rushed forward with heavy swords in their hands and slashed at Yun Sheng and Abandon. Chi chi chi. Before the Kirin warriors could reach them, countless spears flew out from behind Yun Sheng. Black clouds floated in the sky. Taking a closer look, it was not black clouds, but hundreds of night goblin warriors with spears in their hands. Under the command of the Night Goblin Queen, they waved their spears in unison. There were many Kirin warriors. Yun Sheng had already summoned the Night Goblin Queen halfway. These lowly demons dare to fight against my Qilin warriors? Kill them all. A sinister smile appeared on Hey Lin Lin's face. Behind the Kirin warriors, fighting aura turned into wings. Each of them held a heavy sword and leaped into the air. With the fighting aura of the Kirin warriors, they formed a killing formation and tore apart the Night Goblin warriors' defense. The Black Kirin warriors were indeed the bravest warriors in the Bakru orcs. They moved in unison and attacked and defended in an orderly manner. Although there were hundreds of them, they advanced and retreated as if they were one person. The Night Goblin Queen's Night Goblin warriors did not lose to them in terms of numbers, but in terms of individual strength, they were far inferior to the Kirin warriors. Soon, the Night Goblin Queen showed signs of weakness. She was no match for them at all. So powerful. Yun Sheng was shocked. They were indeed the elites of the Black Kirin tribe. Each of them was close to the martial sage realm. There were more than 900 martial sages, and they were well trained. Such a team was enough to destroy the army of any country in the Boundless Continent. It was no wonder that the Black Kirin tribe dared to invade the Boundless Continent with 1,000 men. However, if the other party thought that they could defeat her demonic beasts, they were gravely mistaken. Chapter 1079. The battle had just begun. Water Spirit Queen, Yunsheng chanted, and the summoning magic array beneath her feet shone. Amidst the blue water magic waves, the slender Water Spirit Queen with her blonde hair fluttering in the wind appeared. Spirit Blessing, heal. The Water Spirit Queen landed among the Night Charm warriors, and her powerful water spirit magic quickly healed the wounds of the Night Charm warriors. Spirit Wings, defense enhancement. The Water Spirit Queen's magic was continuously cast on the Night Charm warriors. The Night Charm warriors, who were originally in a state of decline, became more and more courageous as the battle went on. A general-level summoner? After seeing Yunsheng summon the Night Charm Queen and the Water Spirit Queen, He Yao, who was watching the battle from the side, could not help but be moved. He could tell at a glance that both the Night Charm Queen and the Water Spirit Queen were summoned beasts under Yunsheng's command. Especially the Water Spirit Clan's magical beast that was summoned later. Her water spirit magic was very pure and could provide magical healing continuously. With such a summoned beast, it was like having a cheat artifact. It would take a lot of energy to kill those low-level Night Charms. That young girl summoned 2 king-level magical beasts at once, and from the looks of it, she clearly still had energy left. He Yao did not expect to encounter a general-level summoner as soon as he entered the Boundless Land. Moreover, the other party was a female mage who looked younger than his daughter, He Linlin. If the other party summoned any other magical beasts, it would be troublesome. Linlin captured the leader first. With He Yao's status, it was naturally inconvenient for him to directly attack a junior like Yunsheng. He Linlin raised her left palm, and the Qilin combat energy had already turned into a flashing big sword. She slashed the big sword at Yunsheng. After not seeing her for a few years, He Linlin's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. She had also turned her combat energy into a sword, but compared to 3 years ago when she killed Yunsheng, the black Qilin combat energy on the surface of the big sword was even more dazzling. The broadsword sliced through the air, emitting an ear-piercing screech. At this moment, Abandoned, who had been guarding beside Yunsheng, didn't dare to be careless. A green light flashed on his forehead, and his body suddenly turned into a green python. The python swung its tail like a whip towards He Linlin. The snake tail and the blade made of warrior energy collided with each other. The strength of the collision was so great that He Linlin only felt her wrist tremble. The warrior energy blade in her hand was nearly shattered by the monstrous strength of the snake tail. Beast transformation? He Linlin didn't expect that the seemingly thin male magician beside Yunsheng would also possess such a tyrannical magic beast fusion ability. However, the other party was clearly a magician, so how could he transform into a beast like a warrior? He Linlin's expression couldn't help but change as she looked at the 2-story-tall colossus that resembled both a python and a WIRM. That's not a transformation of a magical beast, but a fusion of magical beasts. Obsidian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Obsidian's expression turned a little strange when he saw the fusion between Little Qing and Abandoned. So, what if it's a fusion? Let me beat you back to your original form, you stinking snake. The warrior energy blade in He Linlin's hand disappeared. Her eyes flashed with confidence. She raised her head proudly, like a peacock. Yunsheng, look clearly. I, He Linlin, am the woman most suitable for Yi Baiming. My strength will forever be in the dust. Black Qilin's second inheritance, Qilin Mirage. Behind He Linlin, the shadow that was originally the size of an ordinary person expanded rapidly as if it was filled with air. A black mirage of a Qilin appeared behind her. He Linlin had been in seclusion for the past 3 years in the Qilin tribe. Although she hadn't been able to fuse with the black Qilin King Saraira, she had received a portion of her father's internal strength. She had finally succeeded in comprehending the second inheritance of the black Qilin. It was also because of this comprehension that she had broken through to the martial god realm. The martial god realm was the same as the magician realm. With each breakthrough, one's strength would increase by leaps and bounds. The Qilin Mirage didn't require the user to transform into a Qilin. It allowed the host to possess the strength of a Qilin. The size of the Qilin Mirage could change. The Mirage it formed had the same attack and defense as the host. In other words, under the effect of the second inheritance, the person facing He Linlin would have to fight two He Linlins at once. Die, you reckless magician. He Linlin's eyes flashed with crazed bloodlust. She and the Qilin Mirage attacked from the left and right. The warrior energy blade heavily struck the side of the green python's body and head. The green python's head was instantly broken and blood flowed out. It let out a shrill hiss. Not good. Give up. Don't force yourself. Yunsheng thought to herself. Just as she was about to step forward to help, she suddenly realized that she couldn't move. Even her voice disappeared in her throat. Yunsheng had never experienced this feeling before. It was as if someone had cast a petrification spell on her, and she couldn't move. Yunsheng's beautiful eyes flickered. She realized that the person who had immobilized her was the leader of the Black Qilin clan. Hey Yao, you're that bastard of the Celestial Fox. You have some skills. Hey Yao didn't even make a move. He just stared at Yunsheng with a terrifying gaze. Was this the strength of a peak martial god? Even though he didn't move a finger, the terrifying aura coming from him made Yunsheng feel as if every inch of her muscles and nerves had been frozen. He Yao's gaze was like a knife, slicing Yunsheng's face inch by inch. Yunsheng felt that He Yao was more like Duguxiu. He had a cold aura, like a dagger that could be unsheathed at any time. Was he Baiming's father? The last time Yunsheng was in Ladder Qin, she had only seen one of He Yao's hands. But now, she could clearly see He Yao himself. He Yao didn't look old at all. When he stood next to the short-haired, dark-haired Lin Lin, he looked more like her older brother than her father. A few strands of hair fell in front of his forehead. His black eyes glowed with a blue light, revealing a wild aura. He was tall and handsome, with an aura that was somewhere between wild and disdainful. This aura was the aura of a superior person. It was also the aura of a strong-willed powerhouse who had experienced mountains of corpses and seas of blood. On his right ear, he wore an obsidian-black earring made of polished obsidian. A man like this could only have won the favor of Duguxiu's mother, Madame Qing. At the same time, Yunsheng couldn't help but admire Night Fox's mother, Empress Li. That woman could actually reject the pursuit of such a man. Speaking of which, it was strange. Like mother, like son, Duguxiu, like Empress Qing, submitted to He Yao's power. Yi Baiming, like Empress Li, rejected He Yao several times. However, compared to Empress Li, who was a weak woman, Yi Baiming was much more powerful. He was like a cunning king of beasts. When his wings were not fully grown, he would hide his sharp claws. When the time was right, he would reveal his sharp claws and fangs, and when the enemy was caught off guard, he would cut their throats with a blow. Yunsheng was sizing up He Yao, and He Yao was also sizing up Yunsheng. Chapter 1080. From He Linlin. He Yao already knew that Yunsheng was the woman who had bewitched Duguxiu and Yi Baiming and caused the brothers to kill each other. Although he was a Bakra Orcs because of his deep love for Empress Li, He Yao did not reject humans too much. In his opinion, if Yi Baiming was willing to return to the Bakra Orcs, marry He Linlin, and inherit the position of the tribe leader, it would not be a big deal even if he had to marry 8 or 10 human women. Which one of the powerful beast men didn't have hundreds or even thousands of women? However, why did he fancy a Celestial Fox bastard who had mixed human and Celestial Fox blood? Celestial Fox, that dirty foxy race. Even He Yao, who was used to seeing all kinds of beauties, had to admit that this woman had a flawless face. In terms of appearance, his daughter He Linlin was probably not as beautiful as Yunsheng. Her skin and face were like the 1,000-year-old snow at the top of a snow mountain. Her pair of pure and clear eyes seemed to be able to see through one's heart at a glance. Her lips were like roses blooming in spring. She did not have a seductive and wanton temperament like ordinary Celestial Fox women. This woman gave people a sense of holiness that could not be profaned. But so, what if she was beautiful? Beauty only lasted for a moment. In the world of Bakra orcs, strength was everything. "You're that dirty celestial fox bastard." He Yao's voice was weak and arrogant. It seems that the arrow last time was still too light. Yun Sheng's gaze landed on He Yao's hand with extreme sarcasm. Yun Sheng's words made He Yao's brows twitch heavily. The wound on his right hand that was injured by Yun Sheng's elf arrow twitched for some reason. Damn it! No one had ever dared to speak to He Yao in such a tone. He Yao sized up Yun Sheng coldly. A pressure that could not be ignored suddenly surrounded Yun Sheng. With He Yao's status, it was naturally inappropriate for him to directly make a move against Yun Sheng. However, it was more than enough to crush Yun Sheng with his pressure. Yun Sheng wanted to use magic to resist this pressure, but she suddenly realized that her Dharma soul seemed to have lost connection with her. She couldn't summon any magic power. Absolute suppression. This was the absolute suppression of He Yao, who was a peak martial god. Yun Sheng felt as if there was 1,000 pounds of pressure on her spine and knees. There was a powerful force that kept tormenting her knees. It was as if there were thousands of insects biting his knees. His tendons and bones were all in intense pain. Even so, Yun Sheng remained silent. She stubbornly stared at He Yao, forcing herself not to yield to him. He Yao raised his brows. She was a stubborn woman. It seemed that other than her face, this woman's mind was also more tenacious than the average person. He Yao was a peak martial god. Even if he didn't make a move, his pressure as a martial artist was enough to crush Yun Sheng, who was a magician, into meat paste. He Yao's eyes went blank. He vaguely remembered that there was once such a person. He Yao, if you force me again, I will die in front of you. The woman's breathtakingly beautiful face was filled with hatred and despair. Humph, stupid woman. Her stubbornness had caused her own death in her flesh and blood. He Yao had never been rejected by anyone. Empress Li was the first woman to reject him. Now, this celestial fox people woman called Yun Sheng dared to look down on him in public. That celestial fox bastard could actually withstand her father's pressure. He Lin and the group of dark Qilin warriors were shocked. Patriarch He Yao was now a peak martial god. His pressure was enough to crush people into meat paste in an instant. He Yao increased the pressure even more. Crack. Yun Sheng could feel that her body was about to explode from the pressure. At this moment, a fierce fighting aura rushed out of Yun Sheng's beast language ring. "I can do it!" Yun Sheng suddenly shouted. Her shout shocked Gold Coin, who was in the beast language ring. Yi Baiming, the golden Qilin, could no longer hold back when he saw his beloved being tortured. However, Yun Sheng's tone did not allow for any doubt. Death is at hand, yet you still don't know the difference between life and death. He Yao flipped his hand under his sleeve. He Yao increased his pressure. Crack! Yun Sheng could feel a popping sound coming from a certain part of her body. One of her ribs had been broken by He Yao's pressure. So what if he was a martial artist? So what if he was a martial god? It was just that he had started cultivating a few decades earlier than her. Yun Sheng held back her breath. She clenched her fingers one by one. The soul stone in the magic god bracelet on her wrist slowly poured magic energy into her body. Roar! An equally biting cold magic energy collided with her. Two powerful magic energy and fighting aura collided. It was like a sudden storm on the surface of the sea. The wind and waves collided. At that moment, the air was distorted. He Yao didn't expect that Yun Sheng, who looked like a Saint Law overlord, would have this kind of magic energy in her body. This celestial fox people woman had a strong will. Not only was she a summoner, but she also had this kind of mysterious magic energy. She had yet to undergo the true awakening of the beast god. If she were to one day obtain the inheritance of celestial fox, the consequences would be unimaginable. In an instant, He Yao was filled with killing intent. To think that you still have energy left. What a pity. This is as far as you can go. He Yao grunted. He suddenly struck out with his palm. Qilin fighting aura gathered in his hand once more. His palm was filled with fighting aura as it struck toward Yun Sheng's head. When Yun Sheng used the power of the magic god bracelet to shake off He Yao's pressure, She had already used all the strength in her body. At this moment, she only felt her body go limp, as if it had fallen apart. She could no longer block He Yao's attack. At this moment, two beastly lights, one gold and one pink, burst out from the beast's speech ring. Yunsheng's body slid down and was now lying on Jin Coin. Golden Qilin Yi Baiming would not allow He Yao to oppress Yunsheng. Even if the other party was his father by blood, he would not allow it. You don't want to be the future chief of the Black Qilin tribe and end up like this for a woman. How shameful. Only then did He Yao see that the one who had suddenly appeared was Yi Baiming, who had transformed into a golden Qilin. Ba ba ba. And you call yourself the chief of the 8 Barons Divine Beast tribe. A man bullying a woman, a senior bullying a junior. You're the shameless one. Seeing that its master was being bullied, Baby Sheep was fuming. It was thinking about how to exile this scoundrel old man. No, this old monster would be back soon after being exiled once. It had to think of a way to make this old monster and that disgusting father and daughter pair forever. Long. Flow. Release. Chapter 1081. Bobo, take good care of Yunsheng. It's time to settle the matter between us. Golden Qilin Yi Baiming's voice floated over. Yeah, the Qilin kid is serious? Bobo Sheep blinked. However, the Qilin kid shouldn't be a match for that old monster. Although Bobo Sheep disdained He Yao, he had to admit that He Yao was the strongest he had ever seen. Even if he summoned all the demon beasts in his little master's exquisite beast pagoda, it still wouldn't be enough to fight that old monster. However, Bobo Sheep also knew that he couldn't persuade the Qilin kid on his own. Bobo Sheep could see that Yi Baiming's anger was unbearable after He Yao injured Yunsheng. You want to defeat me? Unfortunately, you're not strong enough. He Yao also saw through Yi Baiming's intentions. Unless you fuse with the power of the Qilin King's relic. Do you want to truly feel the power of the Qilin King's relic? He Yao opened his palm, revealing the Qilin King's relic that was shaped like a black diamond, exuding a mysterious and powerful energy. As if sensing Yi Baiming's existence, the Qilin King's relic, which was originally pitch black, emitted a light. As expected, He Yao's eyes suddenly changed. Only he could awaken the power of the Qilin King's relic. Previously, He Linlin and countless other young Black Qilin clan martial artists were unable to awaken the Qilin King's relic. Yi Baiming hesitated. Don't resist the power of the Qilin King's relic. As long as you fuse with it, you can regain your human form and obtain great power. He Linlin saw the chaotic energy fluctuations released by the Black Qilin King's relic and was both envious and anxious. Defeat He Yao and regain his human form. These two thoughts, coupled with the powerful energy fluctuations from the Black Qilin King's relic, made Golden Qilin Yi Baiming involuntarily take a few steps forward. Regain his human form? Fuse with the power of the Qilin King's relic? Yunsheng was in a daze. She only heard these few words before her consciousness suddenly cleared up. Yi Baiming, if you dare to abandon me again, I will cut all ties with you and divorce you. Yunsheng's words were like a stone shattering the sky. Everyone was stunned. Even Jirumo and the others who were reactivating the Duqian blood seal were shocked. Jirumo looked at the Golden Qilin. He was Yi Baiming, the regent of Great Zhou. Yi Baiming? How did Yi Baiming become a magical beast? Moreover, from He Yao's tone, he seemed to have a close relationship with Yi Baiming. Could it be that the Prince Regent of Zhou State, Yi Baiming, was also a descendant of the Bahuang tribe? This news was undoubtedly very shocking. Yunsheng gnashed her teeth as she spoke, causing Golden Qilin Yi Baiming to feel his spine stiffen. She'll divorce him? No. This little wild cat already knew his identity? What a two-faced sheep. When this king returns to his human form, the first thing this king will do is pluck out all your wool. Bobo Sheep. Golden Qilin Yi Baiming shot daggers over, causing Bobo Sheep's wool to stand on end. Divorce him? Haha, this is the biggest mistake in the world. Yunsheng, do you really think that after marrying Yi Baiming, he is yours alone? What a joke. In this world, only men divorce their wives. Where did women divorce their husbands come from? He Linlin ridiculed. In the Black Chelan tribe where men were respected, even He Linlin, the daughter of the chief, did not dare to say that her husband could only have one woman in the future. This kind of woman, not to mention Yi Biming, no man in the world could tolerate her. He Linlin thought so. He Yao naturally also thought so, and all the warriors of the Black Chelan tribe also thought so. Yun Sheng, this woman, was narrow-minded and bossy. Yi Biming would never choose this kind of woman. Roar! Golden Chelan Yi Biming, who had already walked into the Chelan King's relic, suddenly shook his head, completely ignoring He Yao and the Black Chelan relic in his hand, and quickly rushed back to Yun Sheng's side. He tilted his head, and under everyone's gaze, he actually licked Yun Sheng's hand with his tongue in an almost fawning manner. Yi Biming would never do such an action on a normal day. But he was now in his beast form, so acting cute to curry favor with his wife was no big deal. What a joke! If he had to choose between his wife and the Chelan King's relic, of course he would choose his wife. It was just a Chelan King's relic that had been dead for nearly 10,000 years. What was so rare about it? At worst, he would cultivate it himself in the future. The corner of He Yao's mouth twitched as he watched the ferocious golden Chelan transform into an obedient kitty-like pet in the next second. His son, He Yao, was actually trying to curry favor with a woman like a dog. Moreover, it was a bastard from the Celestial Fox tribe. Yi Biming, you're crazy. You actually chose that woman, He Linlin exclaimed. Bastard, you have abandoned yourself. You have to return even if you don't want to. This time, no one can save you. He Yao was completely enraged. Do Qi shot out from his body like 10,000 swords. Strands of Do Qi surged out from his body. The Do Qi was like a spider web that bound Yun Sheng and Yi Biming in layers. He suddenly exerted his strength, and the two of them seemed to be sucked in by a powerful force, flying towards He Yao. Moi moi, I'll leave the rest of the trash to you and the other magical beasts. Yi Biming also knew that today's battle concerned his and Yun Sheng's life and death. He couldn't afford to be careless. The golden Chelan Yi Biming roared and spat out a golden flame of fighting aura from its mouth. The flame touched the web of fighting aura. It exploded with a bang. Yi Biming leaped forward, and his figure was like a shuttle, instantly arriving in front of He Yao. Yun Sheng, I will definitely kill you today. He Linlin vented her anger on Yun Sheng. It was all because of this woman that Yi Biming had refused the temptation of the Black Chelan King's relic. He Linlin's fighting aura blade once again condensed in her hand. The blade wind turned into a blade, and like countless chilly winds, it enveloped Yun Sheng. He Linlin, you're not the only one who has changed in these 3 years. Yun Sheng's eyes narrowed. He Linlin wasn't He Yao. She couldn't do whatever she wanted in front of her. Yun Sheng's hair was like a daughter, suddenly entangling He Linlin's fighting aura blade. She held the 1,000-year-old ice zither horizontally in her hand. With a wave of her white fingers, the zither music turned into all kinds of magic attacks, and each of them was incomparably sharp, shooting towards He Linlin. He Linlin slashed down with her fighting aura blade. The biting cold fighting aura blade collided with the seemingly invisible zither music, and the blade actually vibrated from the collision. This zither music actually had such a great effect. The zither music came one after another, and actually forced He Linlin to be unable to get close. On He Yao's side, he was also fighting fiercely with Yi Biming. Yi Biming, who had transformed into a golden Chelan, attacked with biting cold attacks. He Yao and Yi Biming exchanged close to 100 moves, but Yi Biming didn't reveal any openings. Chapter 1082. The two sides were in a stalemate. On the other side, the Black Chelan warriors and Yun Sheng's beastly soldiers were also fighting fiercely. Master, the new heavenly blood seal, is only left with the final step. You only need to assist Gu Feng in completing this step. Due to the appearance of Yun Sheng and the magical beasts, the Black Chelan tribe's beastly soldiers were delayed. Ji Rumo and the rest were able to use the limited time to complete the bloodprint. The rest only needed Gu Feng to activate the power of the light sphere. Elder Si Ming had also noticed that even though Ji Rumo was trying his best to control himself, his mind was already in a mess during the final drawing process. His thoughts had already landed on Yun Sheng. Rumo, why are you doing this? You've already used up most of your qi to draw the blood seal. You're not He Yao's match. If you insist on fighting, you'll only end up dying together with him, Elder Si Ming advised. Ji Rumo's magical talent was unparalleled in the world. However, in order to stabilize the new Dutian bloodprint, he had used half of his magical power to fuse into the magic array. His strength had been greatly reduced. The current him could not even protect himself. Master, do you remember that I once said that in this world, there are 3 people whose fates I cannot see through? Ji Rumo suddenly asked. Elder Si Ming naturally remembered that Ji Rumo had the eye of the sky. He once said that he could not see through the fates of 3 people. One was Yun Sheng of Zhou State. The other was the regent of Great Zhou, Yi Baiming. The last person was, those who believe in fate have fates. Those who do not believe in fate do not have fates. Although I am the Elder Si Ming of the Dharma Temple, I have never believed in fate. The 3 of us do not believe in fate. We are people who fight against the heavens. This time, I will fight for it. Ji Rumo raised his head and looked at the figures in the sky. Boom! The 2 figures collided in midair like 2 meteorites, one black and one gold. In the sky, a whirlpool of battle qi was stirred up. Violent fighting auras from Yi Baiming and He Yao spread out like a tide. Yi Baiming, don't think that you can defeat me just because you're also a martial god. I'm still your father. There's no way you can defeat me. He Yao's face was as cold as ice. From He Yao's point of view, Yi Baiming's strength should be worlds apart from his own. Even though Yi Baiming's talent was astonishing, he had not experienced the baptism of the beast god altar. He had not even awakened the most basic Qilin inheritance. Such a Yi Baiming could actually exchange close to 100 moves with him. This didn't mean that Yi Baiming's strength was on par with Obsidian's. Instead, it was because their mental states were completely different. He Yao's goal this time was to capture Yi Baiming and bring him back to the 8 Desolate Tribe. He wanted to capture him, but did not kill him. However, Yi Baiming was the exact opposite. He hated He Yao for causing him and Empress so much pain for so many years. He also hated the Black Qilin tribe for harming Yun Sheng time and time again. Every move he made was vicious, like a fugitive. As a result, He Yao and Yi Baiming were tangled in a fight. It was difficult to determine the victor. The more He Yao was entangled, the more anxious he became, especially when he noticed that the priests from the Dharma Temple had secretly completed the new Dutian blood seal while they were fighting. The cunning humans were stalling for time. If this dragged on and the new Dutian blood seal was completed, He Yao's invasion would be considered a complete failure. When that happened, the Black Qilin tribe would become the laughingstock of the other Bakr orcs. As the chief, he would lose all face. He Yao bent his right hand, and it turned into a Qilin's spiritual claw. A ball of fierce Do Qi lit up and a black light burst out from his body like the dawn. The sky seemed to darken in an instant. The 3rd inheritance of the Qilin tribe, Heaven-Devouring Abyss. Behind He Yao, a huge shadow swallowed all the light like a hungry beast. He Yao's Qilin inheritance was similar to Xiao Hei's Heaven-Devouring Abyss. However, compared to the Heaven-Devouring Abyss, He Yao's inheritance was more domineering. As the shadow continued to expand, it almost covered the entire Dutian blood seal. The Dutian blood seal seemed to have turned into a bottomless abyss. Everyone was trapped in the abyss and couldn't even see their own fingers. Under the shroud of that black shadow, everyone felt that their magic power and Do Qi were draining away. The 3rd inheritance of the Black Qilin tribe, Heaven-Devouring Abyss, was like a huge beast that didn't know how to quench its hunger. It swallowed all the energy around it. This feeling? The power of He Yao's 3rd inheritance had the terrifying ability to devour all energy. All of a sudden, Yi Baiming felt that all the fighting aura in his body had been sucked away. There was nothing left of his magic power and fighting aura. Was this the true power of the awakened Black Chelan tribe? This kind of energy seemed to be beyond the realm of magicians and warriors. An ominous premonition arose in Yi Baiming's heart. Is it all because of that woman? Today, I will kill her with my own hands in front of you. He Yao's gaze was cruel as he waved his hand. Whoosh! Unable to move, Yi Baiming watched as the fighting energy shot towards the defenseless Yun Sheng. Fear crept into his heart. Hey Yao, how dare you? Yi Baiming's voice was filled with anger and fear. Even if He Yao wanted to kill him, Yi Baiming wouldn't even bat an eyelid. The only thing he was afraid of was that He Yao would hurt Yun Sheng. He Yao also knew this. The only thing Yi Baiming cared about was that celestial fox bastard. He wanted to kill that celestial fox bastard in front of Yi Baiming so that he would completely give up on the boundless continent. The Black Chelan fighting energy had already arrived in front of Yun Sheng. Like numerous sharp arrows, Yun Sheng couldn't dodge. At this moment, a person appeared in front of Yun Sheng. Ji Rumo waved his sleeves. His tall figure was like a towering mountain that blocked the few Do Chi from He Yao. What? He Yao, He Linlin, and everyone from the Black Chelan tribe were shocked. He Yao's abyss erosion was He Yao's third inheritance. Under the effects of the inheritance, no one could use mana or fighting energy. No one was an exception except for that person on the beast god altar. But why did this magician from the temple still have energy left? Who are you? How can you ignore my abyss erosion? He Yao's gaze darkened. You're wrong. I'm only using your power. Ji Rumo flicked his wrist, and several streams of fighting energy shot towards He Yao. Chapter 1083. He Yao couldn't be more familiar with that fighting aura. It was his own fighting aura. However, the fighting aura that Ji Rumo shot out was different from He Yao's fighting aura. It also contained the power of light. Insignificant skill. I don't believe that you can dodge it this time. He Yao grabbed at the void. With a crack, black heaven eroding chi rolled out from under Yun Sheng and Ji Rumo's feet. The two of them seemed to have sunk into mud. Their bodies kept sinking, and they could be swallowed by the Chelan's devouring chi at any time. Ji Rumo, don't worry about me. Yun Sheng couldn't activate any magic power in her body. She didn't want to be a burden to Ji Rumo. Yun Sheng knew Ji Rumo's strength. He should be able to get rid of the devouring chi. Yun Sheng's hand was held. Ji Rumo's hand was slender and cold like a piece of jade. There was no warmth in it at all. Ji Rumo's amber-colored eyes flashed with a strange emotion as he stared blankly at her. If there was no Yi Baiming, would you have fallen in love with me? Ji Rumo took off his mask, revealing a face that could turn the world upside down. There's no if when it comes to love. Yun Sheng shook her head. In her previous life, her heart was broken by that scumbag Lu Minglang. She once thought that she couldn't love anyone anymore. However, the heavens gave her a second chance. She came to the boundless land and met Yi Baiming. Her heart was very small. Since she could accept Yi Baiming, she couldn't accept other people's feelings. Ji Rumo was relieved. He already knew the answer, but he still didn't give up. However, it was fine. Since that was the case, his decision was not wrong. Let go of my hand. Why did you save me? Yun Sheng was anxious. Why was he so good to her? She had only met this man a few times, but he had silently endured many calamities for her. Yun Sheng was a person who didn't like to owe people favors, but unintentionally, she owed Ji Rumo a life-saving grace twice. Chelan Yi Baiming and Abandon were watching from the side. They were both men who loved Yun Sheng deeply. No one knew better than them what the way Ji Rumo looked at Yun Sheng meant. Yi Baiming's heart was filled with jealousy, but this time he did not stop her. If not for Ji Rumo, Obsidian's scheme would have succeeded this time. All of them owed Ji Rumo their lives. Yun Sheng only saw that Ji Rumo's amber eyes seemed to be filled with rosy clouds. His voice, in the face of the violent winds of the Dutian blood beast world, seemed so ethereal. Because you made me have a heart. If I could choose again, I would rather be a mirror. That way, I can look at you forever. Jirumo's lips curled into a gentle smile. He whispered into Yunsheng's ear. A mirror was the loneliest. Although it could illuminate others, it could never see its own heart. Mirror? Yunsheng did not understand. Jirumo lifted his finger. His fingertip injected a warm light into Yunsheng's glabella. Yunsheng only saw a white light flash before her eyes. The next moment, she was enveloped by a ray of light. In that ray of light, Yunsheng felt that the magic in her body, which had disappeared, was rapidly recovering. This was? Meanwhile, Jirumo was still locked in a stalemate with He Yao. You really don't know what's good for you. You actually want to use your own strength to block my attack? Obsidian snorted. Then, he was stunned. Hey Yao, I'll return what you've given her tenfold. Jirumo's voice suddenly rose a few notches. Jirumo's body emitted a dazzling light. That light tore apart Obsidian's devouring power. Obsidian's heart skipped a beat. That light was like the scorching sun in the clear summer sky. All the foul power would be burned away when it came into contact with the scorching sun. Not only that, there was a terrifying power in the light that could destroy everything. Obsidian felt that this power was enough to destroy his power of inheritance. Him? Who was it? Why did he have the terrifying power to destroy the Qilin's power of inheritance? Obsidian narrowed his eyes. At this moment, his pupils contracted violently, as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. Jirumo had disappeared. There was only one mirror in the sky. That mirror was only the size of an ordinary heart-protecting mirror. It was shaped like an ancient bronze mirror. However, countless rays of light suddenly shot out from the mirror. The rays of light immediately devoured Obsidian's devouring power and reflected his power of inheritance back. The rays of light were like thousands of arrows, shooting towards Obsidian and the warriors of the Black Qilin tribe. At this moment, Yunsheng and everyone else were staring at the mirror with dumbfounded expressions. Heavenly Fate Mirror, one of the 8 barren divine artifacts. Damn it! Even Obsidian couldn't block the strong light emitted by the Heavenly Fate Mirror. Under the strong light, the Black Qilin warriors were all killed by the reflected power of inheritance. Jirumo was actually the Heavenly Fate Mirror. Yunsheng looked at the mirror in the sky. She didn't expect Xiao Wenxiu to be the Heavenly Fate Mirror. No wonder he could learn any magic. Mirrors were able to reflect everything. Father, save me! He Linlin screamed. She could feel the battle chi in her body being devoured by the Heavenly Fate Mirror. Obsidian's situation wasn't much better than He Linlin's. His third power of inheritance was especially strong when used on himself. Under the refraction of the Heavenly Fate Mirror, most of his battle chi was devoured. Go! Leave this place immediately! Blacklight had no choice but to tear a magic scroll and teleport away with his daughter, He Linlin. The Black Qilin tribe disappeared. Hundreds of Black Qilin tribe's corpses were still on the ground. Obsidian and his daughter had escaped. No one had expected that such a shocking turn of events would occur in the blink of an eye. And this reversal was because everyone stood rooted to the ground, dumbstruck. The mirror in the sky fell to the ground. Crack! There was a crisp cracking sound. Obsidian's third power of Qilin inheritance was extremely terrifying. It contained the devouring power of darkness, which brought irreparable side effects to the Heavenly Fate Mirror. Obsidian was gone, and the Heavenly Fate Mirror was destroyed. Yunsheng hesitated. She walked forward and picked up the Heavenly Fate Mirror. It was an exquisite mirror. The frame was exquisitely carved. The surface of the mirror was damaged. There were many deep cracks on the surface of the mirror. Drops of blood-like red liquid flowed out from the cracks. This chapter is a godly turn of events. Yes, many people will probably curse me for being tricked. Turning on the complaining mode. The so-called Chinese New Year is an endless amount of food to eat, an endless amount of parties to run, and an endless amount of troublesome questions to ask. Old girl expressed that her heart was stuffed, and she had very little time to sit down and write. Thank you for your continued support. Chapter 1084. No one would have thought that Rumo was actually the Heaven's Mandate mirror that they had been searching for. No one would have guessed that at the last moment, Rumo would actually choose to use his true body to block He Yao's attack. The crowd was completely silent. Only Yunsheng lowered her head and looked at the mirror. The red liquid that gushed out of the mirror was not only tears, but also blood. Yunsheng's eyes were a little moist. At this moment, her heart was filled with thousands of thoughts, but for a moment, she did not know how to express them. The golden Qilin Yi Baiming also stood in the distance. At this moment, he knew that he should not disturb Yunsheng. The cracked mirror could no longer reflect a person's appearance clearly, but it could reflect an amber light. That light was very similar to Rumo's eyes. It was as gentle and as heart-palpitating. Yunsheng used her fingers to rub the irreparable crack on the mirror. When it brushed across her skin, there was still a faint pain. Rumo's last words were still echoing in his ears. She slowly closed her eyes. In her mind, the ray of light that Rumo had shot into her glabella flashed past. Inside, there was also a piece of Rumo's memory, a piece of Rumo's innermost secret that no one knew. Rumo's memory, like the rising tide of the sea, spread out bit by bit. There were many kinds of love in the world. Some were bold and unrestrained like the scorching sun, and some were reserved like gurgling water. There was also one kind called waiting silently. Whether it was Xiao Wenxiu or Rumo, his love was very reserved. That love was so reserved that Yunsheng did not know it until the moment of his death. Rumo was the Heaven's Mandate mirror, and had always been. The 8 Wastelands' divine weapons were all spiritual objects. After the experts of the 8 Wastelands died and retired, the 8 Wastelands' divine weapons had different fates. Among the 8 great regalia, the Heavenly Mandate mirror wasn't as famous as the other regalia. Its use had always been misunderstood by the outside world. The Heaven's Mandate mirror had always been regarded as a divine artifact used to predict the future. However, the true Heavenly Fate mirror's use wasn't limited to that. The Heavenly Fate mirror could see into a person's heart and soul. It could also predict a person's future. However, its greatest use was that it could reflect everything, regardless of whether it was magic or battle techniques. However, that was only the case during battle. Most of the time, the Heaven's Mandate mirror was like an ordinary mirror, only reflecting other people's things. After the fall of the 8 powerhouses, the Heavenly Mandate mirror fell into the hands of the commoners. Because no one had discovered the true use of the Heaven's Mandate mirror, it had always been mistaken for an ordinary mirror due to its exquisite appearance. It was like an ordinary commodity, going around in circles and falling into the hands of different people. Because it had experienced many generations of hosts and seen countless human emotions and desires, it started to form its own consciousness. This continued until it fell into the hands of the wife of a Pernlai merchant. After the merchant's wife obtained the Heavenly Mandate mirror, she couldn't bear to part with it. However, as she aged, her appearance gradually deteriorated. Coupled with the fact that her husband had a change of heart, the merchant's wife couldn't face the fact that she was aging. In a fit of anger, she threw the Heavenly Mandate mirror into the Pernlai Sea. The Heavenly Mandate mirror, one of the 8 barren divine artifacts, sank to the bottom of the sea for hundreds of years, untouched by anyone. Under the cleansing of the Pernlai Sea, the Heavenly Mandate mirror absorbed a large amount of spiritual qi from the heaven, earth, and sea. The consciousness of the people in the Heavenly Mandate mirror became clearer and clearer. Finally, using his own divine power and his curiosity towards the human race's 7 emotions and 6 desires, he transformed into a baby boy. Coincidentally, when it was washed up on the beach of Pernlai, Ye Xiao Wenxiu, who was just a baby boy, was adopted by the Emperor Zhao in red. After transforming into a human, Rumo had been working hard to learn how to be a human. However, he still couldn't learn the human emotions and desires. He treated people gently because he didn't care about anyone. He didn't hate or feel joy because in his eyes, all living things were equal. Until one day, he met Yunsheng as Xiao Wenxiu. At first, Rumo was just curious because Yun Sheng was the first person that Rumo couldn't see clearly with his Heaven's Mandate mirror. But Rumo didn't know that his curiosity would one day evolve into a special emotion that he couldn't control. The second time Rumo met Yun Sheng was in Yujing. At that time, he had witnessed her magical talent and astonishing medical skills. He tried to collect all kinds of information about Yun Sheng. Slowly, his interest in her became stronger and stronger. He sneaked into the little CI Entong. The first time, he disguised his identity just to observe Yun Sheng at a close distance. The more he observed, the more he couldn't extricate himself from Yun Sheng. Later, when he realized that something was wrong with him, it was already too late. He went against Heaven's will, saved Yun Sheng, and used a part of his divine power to help Yun Sheng escape a life-and-death situation. All of this was just because he didn't want Yun Sheng to be hurt. If you have the heart, you're a human. If you don't have the heart, you're a divine tool. A divine tool was a divine tool. Even if he had been a human for many years, he still couldn't escape the fate of turning back into a divine tool. Rumo probably already knew the result, but he still chose to sacrifice himself. Rumo's feelings. She probably didn't even have the chance to repay him in this life. Everything is fate. Rumo, why are you so foolish? Elder Si Ming had lost his senior brother Rumo, and at the same time, his beloved disciple Rumo. He was so sad that tears flowed down his old face. Bobo, now is not the time to be sad. Master, look at the entrance to the blood world. Bobo's sheep was restless. The entrance to the blood world was forcefully opened by He Yao using his own power. He Yao was driven away, but the entrance to the blood world didn't disappear. Instead, because of the fierce battle between Rumo and the Black Qilin King, the crack in the sky above the Dutian blood world became bigger. Even though He Yao and Ba Shi Pond were driven away, if they couldn't completely seal the entrance to the blood world, the beast god Altar and the other beast clans of the 8 Desolate Tribe would still have a chance to invade again. Perhaps influenced by Rumo, Gufeng seemed to have made up his mind and said loudly, Chong, Elder Si Ming, let us complete the last step and let the blood seal return to the boundless land. Let's chase those damn Bakra orcs out forever. At this moment, Gufeng's voice was resolute, and there was a hint of a manly spirit in it. Rumo was a light magician. He used his life to drive He Yao away. Gufeng was also a light magician. He could also give his all to protect the boundless land. That's right. We can't let Rumo die in vain. Everyone, please leave the Dutian blood seal. Gufeng and I will use the power of light to reconstruct the Dutian blood seal. Elder Si Ming regained his rationality after being sad. Chapter 1085. The Heaven's Mandate mirror had fallen, but the crisis of the Blood Realm was still not over. At this time, sadness was no longer of any use. As one of the 8 barren divine artifacts, the Heaven's Mandate mirror still guarded the will of the 8 great elites at the last moment. At the last moment, it sacrificed itself to block He Yao's attack. At this time, they couldn't let Rumo's sacrifice go to waste. They had to complete the last step of the new Dutian blood seal. The basic drawing of the blood seal had been completed. The rest was up to Gufeng to merge the luminous sun ball and the magic formation into one. Yun Sheng, tell Ling Er that I will always be here to pray for her. Gufeng's eyes were unusually determined. Gufeng, what's going on? After experiencing Rumo's sudden death, Yun Sheng was still a little sad. However, from Elder Si Ming's and Gufeng's tone, she could still hear something unusual. Could it be that drawing the new Dutian blood seal wasn't as simple as she and Ling Er thought? Don't you know that because of the lack of the 8 barren divine artifacts and the blood of the Bakra orcs, in order to reactivate the new Dutian blood seal, Gufeng must be the eye of the formation and use his light magic to form the new Dutian blood seal. Once the blood seal is formed, Gufeng must be sealed in the Dutian blood seal forever. Elder Si Ming looked at Yun Sheng and the others' reactions. It seemed that they didn't know what Gufeng was going to do next. Elder Si Ming was suspicious, but Gufeng lowered his head and didn't say a word. Yunsheng and Qi were both stunned. With Gufeng as the eye of the formation, he was going to be sealed in the new Dutian blood seal forever? Didn't that mean that Gufeng had to stay here? He was like a candle, supporting the Dutian blood seal with his life. Why had Gufeng, this silly boy, never mentioned it before? How could he sacrifice himself? Just when Yunsheng and Qi were about to dissuade Qi Muguan, a series of hurried footsteps could be heard from behind them. Dongwang Ling, and the Yuan family siblings, who had gone to stop Qi Muguan and the others earlier, had also rushed over. Everyone was shocked by the corpses of the dark Qilin warriors on the ground, but when they heard Elder Si Ming's words, they were even more shocked. No! Dongwang Ling's face was filled with tears. Just now, when Dongwang Ling rushed over and saw the terrifying battle chi fluctuation coming from the Dutian blood seal, she knew that the powerful He Yao must be at the Dutian blood seal. She was afraid that something would happen to Gufeng, so she ran all the way. At that time, Dongwang Linger knew that in her heart, she had never been able to let go of Gufeng. Dongwang Ling regretted. What high hopes of her mother, the heavy responsibility of being the queen of the Eastern Imperial Dynasty. At that moment, none of them were as important as Gufeng's life and death. After all, she was not the Empress of the Eastern Imperial Dynasty. She would rather be a little girl. When she arrived at the Dutian blood seal and saw Gufeng's familiar figure, Dongwang Ling let out a sigh of relief. But at that moment, she heard that Gufeng was going to sacrifice himself and use the light sphere to restart the Dutian blood seal. She only felt that her head was buzzing. She couldn't hear anything. She couldn't see anything. There was only one voice in her heart. No matter what, she must stop Gufeng. She couldn't live without Gufeng. Gufeng, did you forget that you promised to take care of me for the rest of my life, no matter what I become? Dongwang Ling cried out. Hearing Dongwang Ling's words, Gufeng's heart ached. When Dongwang Ling was harmed by the soul snake and almost became an idiot, Gufeng had whispered those words to her countless times. He said that no matter if she became a princess or a commoner in the future, no matter if she grew old or ugly, he would never leave her and treat her the same. At that time, Dongwang Ling didn't give Gufeng any response. It was just that he didn't expect that she would reply to Gufeng at this moment. She remembered. She actually remembered those words of his. Ling, I'm very sorry. I promised that I would always take care of you. But this time, I'm afraid that there's no other way. Seeing Ling's tear-filled face, Gufeng's heart ached. He wanted to go forward, hug Dongwang Ling and comfort her. However, he didn't even have the courage to go forward. Gufeng resolutely turned around, no longer looking at Ling's sorrowful eyes. Gufeng was never a brave person. He was worried that if he were to go forward, he would be moved by Ling's tears and change his original intention. No. Ling pounced forward and hugged Gufeng from behind, ignoring everyone's gaze. She hugged his waist tightly, unwilling to let go. Compared to death, the pain of separation was more painful. Dongwang Ling couldn't bear to be separated from Gufeng in the future. Miss Dongwang, please reconsider. The relationship between you and Gufeng is very touching. However, if you insist on doing things your own way, whether it's the Boundless Continent or the Eastern Capital, the peace of the Boundless Continent for nearly 10,000 years will be destroyed. Countless people will be hurt under the iron hooves of the Bakra orcs, and the continent will never be peaceful again. Elder Si Ming sighed. In order to protect Yunsheng, in order to protect the Boundless Continent, Ji Rumo was willing to give up the divine power that he had gathered for thousands of years to form his physical body. Gufeng could only give up his personal feelings. Dongwang Ling was also very clear that what Elder Si Ming said was right. However, her hands seemed to have lost control. No matter what, she refused to let go of Gufeng. She knew that once she let go, she would never have the chance to see Gufeng again. Feeling the girl's soft body and her hot tears wet his clothes, Gufeng bit his lips until he tasted blood. He choked with sobs in his throat. He resisted, not allowing himself to be shaken, and not letting Ling discover his sadness. Ling I am a coward. In this life, I will only be brave this time. I can't bear to leave you. However, for the safety of the continent, and also for you and the Donghuang dynasty, for Yun Sheng and the others, and for everyone, I have to do this." Gufeng struggled to break free from Ling Er's hands, leaving her with an empty back. Sob. Donghuang Ling Er couldn't help but kneel on the ground. Yun Sheng walked up to her and hugged her shoulders tightly. Donghuang Ling Er cried as she looked at Gufeng and Elder Siming. "Yun Sheng, he doesn't want me anymore?" When her father died, Donghuang Ling Er didn't cry. When her brother became a fool, Donghuang Ling Er didn't cry. Even when she cut off her feelings for Gufeng, Donghuang Ling Er also held back her tears. However, this time, she couldn't hold it back anymore. She cried like a helpless child. "Ling Er, it's not that he doesn't want you anymore. He wants to protect you, to protect us." Yun Sheng's eyes were red. She also couldn't bear to part with Gufeng. However, Gufeng's decision was right. If she was Gufeng, she would also do the same. Gufeng had always been regarded as the weakest among them. However, this time, he was stronger than anyone else. Chapter 1086. Seeing that Donghuang Ling Er was still crying, Yun Sheng could only harden her heart and secretly activate the power of the Dark Needle. A dark needle shot into Donghuang Ling Er's sleeping acupoint. Donghuang Ling Er felt her body go numb and sleepy. She leaned on Yun Sheng's body and fell asleep. Seeing this, Gufeng nodded at Yun Sheng gratefully. Yun Sheng had always been the one who understood him the most. Unexpectedly, Yun Sheng glared at Gufeng fiercely. "Gufeng, you bastard. How dare you hide such an important thing from us? Remember, you must succeed and wait for us in the Dutian blood seal. I will definitely find a way to get you out." Yun Sheng secretly swore in her heart that she would definitely not let Gufeng be sealed in the blood seal. She would definitely think of a way. "That's right, Gufeng. Not only is Ling Er waiting for you, we are also waiting for you. You must hold on until Yun Sheng and I find a way to save you," she said in unison. Seeing the sincere eyes of his friends and their determined voices, Gufeng's eyes couldn't help but turn red. He nodded solemnly. No matter when, he, Yun Sheng, Qi, and Ling would always be together. Gufeng and Elder Siming stood in the middle of the newly drawn heavenly blood seal. "Gufeng Rumo is right. You are the one who can see the most clearly among all of us. You are also very lucky to have a group of companions who are willing to go through life and death for you." Elder Siming looked at Gufeng with a new gaze. Just now, the words of Yun Sheng and Gufeng's group of companions had deeply touched Elder Siming. All along, the Temple of Dharma had been protecting Wuji and its people. However, when faced with real danger, they were not as resolute as a normal magician like Gufeng. This group of young magicians might not be able to compete with the powerful Bakro orcs with their current strength. However, they had unshakable faith and the most sincere friendship. One day, this group of people would grow and become the backbone of the boundless world. However, don't worry. Before Rumo died, he injected half of his mana into this magic array. This way, your consumption will be greatly reduced. After you use the light sunball, I will put you into a state of suspended animation for a while. This way, you will consume less life mana. If there is a day, you will be able to replace you and become the eye of the array. Perhaps there will be a day when you will meet again. Elder's words stunned Gufeng's words. But, Elder Siming, if you do that, won't you? If he did that, Elder Siming's mana would be greatly depleted. Just like Ji Rumo, Elder Siming had also used a large amount of mana to draw the magic array. If he helped Gufeng, his mana would be almost completely depleted. In that case, wouldn't he? The Emperor Zhao in red was dead, and so was Ji Rumo. Elder Siming was suddenly enlightened. All the grudges and hatred were no longer important. The most important thing now was to help Gufeng reactivate the Dutian blood seal. As long as he could do that, Elder Siming would not hesitate even if he had to sacrifice his cultivation. Before He Yao escaped, he tore open another crack in space. This crack undoubtedly caused the Dutian blood seal to be damaged even more. Only when Goofing obtained more power could the Dutian blood seal be successfully reconstructed. Having lived to this age, this old man is already nearing the end of his life. I have no regrets even if I die. There is already a successor on the continent. Elder Si Ming looked at the young men and women outside the Dutian blood seal with relief. This battle was exceptionally cruel, but it also gave Elder Si Ming hope. Even if the Law Temple was no longer around, there would still be many outstanding magicians on the continent. Yun Sheng, Yi Baiming, the magician elite camp of the continent. He could go without worry. Goofing still wanted to say something. However, Elder Si Ming shook his head and suddenly chanted. His law spirit appeared in his body. The power of his law spirit was like warm sunlight. Strands of mana flowed into Goofing's body without reservation. Goofing's law spirit, which was originally not very strong, was nourished by Elder Si Ming's law spirit. It was like a sprout that was nourished by the spring rain, rapidly growing stronger and stronger. Peak Sky Magician, Saint-level law overlord Goofing's light law spirit was rapidly expanding. Witnessing this scene, apart from being shocked, the crowd could not help but feel deeply moved by Elder Si Ming's actions. He was sacrificing his life in exchange for the future of the continent. If Goofing's power increased, the new Dutian blood seal would be stronger, and the chances of stopping the invasion of the Bakra orcs would increase greatly. Just as Goofing was absorbing Elder Si Ming's mana, the air above the Dutian blood realm was churning. At that moment, at the entrance of the blood realm that was dozens of meters wide, about 100 miles away from the entrance of the blood realm, in the chaos zone, several groups of people were rushing toward the boundless continent. This time, there were two groups of people from different Bahuang tribes. Among them, there were handsome D-clan warriors. Most of them were about 189 meters tall, wearing purple battle helmets and holding sharp spears. On the other side, there were Golden Rock warriors from the Nine Phoenix tribe. Each of them was like the wind, and their footsteps were neat. However, unlike the Black Cheelan tribe who took the lead earlier, the pace of these troops was not hurried, especially the Golden Rock warriors of the Nine Phoenix tribe. One must know that the Nine Phoenix tribe had always been known as the tribe with the best movement techniques and the fastest speed among the 8 Wastelands beasts. However, this time, after the beast god Alter gave the order to invade the boundless continent, Green, as the young leader of the Nine Phoenix tribe, was lazy. From the time he gathered his troops to the time he sent them out, everything was done slowly. It did not look like he was going to war at all. Instead, he looked like he was going on a sightseeing tour. Green, according to your speed, by the time you reach the boundless land, I'm afraid that the Black Cheelan tribe and the other tribes will have already seized the opportunity. Seeing his good friend like this, Purple could not bear to continue watching, and he glanced at his good friend with some resentment. After all, the Nine Phoenix tribe and the D-clan were the superior beast tribes among the Bakra orcs. If the two of them did not get any military merits after sending out their troops, they would not be able to report back to their superiors. I heard that He Yao is going out personally. The result is the same even if we arrive early or late. The group of men from the Black Cheelan tribe are typical battle maniacs. A man in a green robe stood beside Purple. If it wasn't for Purple directly calling out Green's name, it would be very hard for anyone to believe that the little Shota Green of the Nine Luan clan, who was still as beautiful as a young girl 3 years ago, would actually undergo such a huge change in just a few short years. New Year's Eve, remember to throw away your monthly ticket. Chapter 1087. Green no longer looked like a 13 or 14-year-old boy. His figure was a little thinner than Z, the strong young patriarch of the D-clan. However, both of them were about the same height, about 1.9 meters. Juan was a kind of Bakra orcs with the bloodline of the Phoenix. The men and women of Bakra orcs mostly had outstanding looks, but they also had the powerful strength of the Phoenix. As the young master of the Nine Luan tribe, Green was very beautiful since birth. But compared to the youthful beauty of a few years ago, Green was becoming more and more beautiful after fusing with the Nine Luan King's relic. His eyes were like stars, his lips were like cherry blossoms, his skin was as white as porcelain, and his figure was as elegant as a jade tree. But if anyone thought that Green's strength was as harmless as his appearance, they would be wrong, because his eyes would inadvertently flash with a trace of sharpness. The effect of the 9 King's relic was gradually revealed on his body. Green, did you really slow down on purpose just to avoid He Yao's attack? Disbelief was written all over Zikuka's face. It was undeniable that the Black Shilin tribe was very strong, but the 9 tribe and the D clan were not soft persimmons. Would Green really be afraid of He Yao and his daughter? Perhaps not. Green pursed his lips, his eyes glimmered like a wrinkled lake in the spring breeze. Unconsciously, a face appeared in his mind. It was a face with various expressions, angry, emotionless, and cold. But no matter what kind of expression fell on that woman, it was exceptionally beautiful. Yun Sheng, this time, I will meet you again. Green's heart unconsciously became nervous. Z was right, he was not afraid of He Yao. Although He Yao was strong, but with the beast god altar, and with the D clan, even He Yao could not do anything to them. But if he met Yin Sheng, what should he do? Once the Dutian blood seal was destroyed, the relationship between the human race and the Bakra orcs would be like fire and water. A war between the two races would break out at any moment. As the young clan leader of the 9 Phoenix tribe, he would definitely take the lead and kill the human race. However, if the person standing in front of him was Yun Sheng, what would he do? Green hesitated. Suddenly, there was a magical fluctuation in front of them. A figure staggered into their line of sight. It's Chi Mugwan. Why is he alone? I heard that the Ba Serpent tribe sent out several hundred elites this time, saying that they want to take first place. Her purple eyes were filled with curiosity. Seeing green and purple, Chi Mugwan's face inevitably turned a little ugly. He pretended not to see them and turned around to leave. He had only taken a few steps when a flash appeared in front of his eyes. Purple had already stopped him. Chi Mugwan's expression became even more awkward. He had been hoping to be the first to occupy the boundless continent, but he had ended up worse off. Not only had he failed to gain any benefits, but he had also been annihilated. Furthermore, his dermic soul had been damaged. This matter definitely could not be discovered by Purple and Green. Chi Mugwan is a member of the 8 Wastelands Beast clans. You're leaving without even saying goodbye. What is the meaning of this? Z didn't have a good impression of the Ba Serpent tribe. However, seeing them acting suspiciously, she couldn't help being a bit suspicious. Purple glanced at Chi Mugwan a few times. When her gaze landed on Chi Mugwan's eyes, it was as if there were needles on his back. It was as embarrassing as it could be. I found the entrance to the Blood Realm and was about to inform everyone. Coincidentally, I met you guys. Chi Mugwan was unlucky, but he did not want others to have it easy either. When he saw that Purple and Green were strong, a vicious plan suddenly appeared in his mind. Chi Mugwan thought to himself, I'll send you two to your deaths. When the time comes, you will end up like me. Let's see if you still dare to laugh at me. Oh, where's the entrance to the Blood Realm? Green raised his eyebrows and asked casually. It's not far ahead. Hurry up and go. If you are late and other beasts get there first, it will be too late for regrets. Chi Mugwan was secretly happy that Green and Purple had fallen for his trick. There's no time to lose. Let's go there right away. Ze gave the order, and the D clan's warriors rushed forward without stopping. Wait! Green pressed down on Chi Mugwan's shoulder and suddenly exerted force with his 5 fingers. Chi Mugwan screamed in pain. His right shoulder had been dislocated. Green, you lunatic! What are you doing? Chi Mugwan was in so much pain that his eyes turned white. He almost fainted. Chi Mugwan, what kind of person are you? Why are you so kind? Tell me, what happened in the Dutian Blood Realm? Green's handsome face came closer. In Chi Mugwan's eyes, he only felt that it was incomparably ferocious. I am telling the truth. Chi Mugwan would not admit it even if he was beaten to death. Since you are not willing to tell the truth, don't blame me for being merciless. 9 Phoenix Inheritance Soul Search. Green snorted coldly. In between his hands, a five-colored soul energy was injected into Chi Mugwan's body. The five-colored soul energy was different from normal magic power and Duki. It seeped into the skin and rushed toward Chi Mugwan's Dharma spirit in an instant. The Nine Phoenix Clan, D Clan, and Black Shieling Clan were called Superior Beast Clans. They did not have the tyrannical warrior physique of the Black Shieling Clan, nor did they have the D Clan's talent in healing. However, the Nine Phoenix Clan had a talent that other Beast Clans could not compare to. That was the ability to cultivate soul energy. Green's first inheritance was Soul Search. It could forcefully search a person's real memory. However, if the control of Soul Search was not controlled properly, it could easily damage the Dharma spirit. If the Dharma spirit was damaged, it would affect the later cultivation. A few years ago, Green did not like to use Soul Search. However, ever since he returned from the Dutian blood realm, his temperament had changed. His attacks were also much more vicious. Purple saw this and was very happy. This made Green even more suitable to lead the Nine Phoenix Clan and fight against the Black Shieling Clan. Purple had long realized that although Green looked sloppy, in reality, Green was much more talented than him and Hei Linlin. It was just that this kid was too lazy and kept a low profile in the early years. Chi Mugwan, this kid, had hit the nail on the head. In order to deceive Green and Purple, Chi Mugwan pretended that he was fine. However, Green felt that his breathing was rapid. Furthermore, the magic waves around his body were much weaker than usual. After searching for a while, Green's face darkened. Chi Mugwan, you actually dared to deceive us. Chi Mugwan's memory was completely restored. He had been attacked by one of the 8 barren divine weapons, Dong Huang Qing, and an unknown divine weapon. Furthermore, not long after Chi Mugwan escaped from the Bloody Sky Metropolis world, he felt the power of another 8 barren divine implement. Looking at the situation, it seemed that the 8 barren divine implement had clashed directly with the Black Shieling Clan. The power of that divine implement was much stronger than Dong Huang Qing's. Not long after that divine weapon appeared, the aura of the Black Qilin warriors in the Blood Realm disappeared. Everyone, Happy New Year! I wish everyone a Happy New Year. Chapter 1088. What? The aura of the Black Qilin Clan disappeared? How is that possible? The Black Qilin Clan sent out 1,000 warriors, led by Hei Yao and Hei Linlin. Z couldn't believe it. Even the warriors of the D Clan and the Nine Phoenix Clan didn't believe it, let alone Z. The 1,000 elites of the Black Shieling Clan weren't easy to deal with. Hei Yao alone was more powerful than tens of thousands of people. Hei Yao was known as the most powerful leader of the Bakra in recent years. Even the leaders of the Nine Phoenix Clan and the D Clan might not be able to defeat him. The soul searching can't be wrong. The humans have probably found other 8 barren artifacts. If I'm not wrong, the artifact that defeated Hei Yao is the legendary Heavenly Fate Mirror, which can reflect all magic and combat skills. Green had studied the 8 barren artifacts. Among the 8 barren artifacts, most of them were controlled by humans. Only the Heavenly Mandate Mirror was stronger when facing a stronger opponent. Rather than saying that Hei Yao was defeated by the Heavenly Mandate Mirror, it was more accurate to say that he was defeated by himself. In that case, doesn't the human clan have 2 8 barren divine artifacts? Purple was also frightened. No, the humans are cunning. I'm afraid they have more than 2 divine weapons. Green thought that the humans must have other 8 barren divine weapons. Chi Mugwan, how dare you lie to us? Do you believe that I'll kill you? Zichi's face was frosty. He almost fell for it. He lifted Chi Mugwan up and was about to flare up. I'm the young leader of the Bash tribe. If you dare to hurt me, my father won't let you go, Chi Mugwan shouted. Z, let him go. Green gave Z a look. Z had no choice but to let go. Chi Mugwan hurriedly crawled up and fled in a sorry state. Why didn't you let me kill him? Z hated people like Chi Mugwan who backstabbed others. It's not time to kill him yet. I left a soul seed in his Dharma soul. Green's eyes were deep. Z's eyes narrowed. Green had planted a soul seed in Chi Mugwan's Dharma soul in an instant just now. As Green's best friend since childhood, Purple was one of the few people who knew about Green's inheritance. Green's first inheritance was the soul search that he had used on Chi Mugwan earlier. The second inheritance was the soul devouring. It was to absorb the opponent's magic soul for his own use. Green's third inheritance was obtained after he obtained the 9 Yuan King's Saraira. It was also Green's most powerful inheritance, the Soul Seed. The Soul Seed was a special kind of magic power. It could absorb the power of a person's mana soul without anyone noticing. Once the Soul Seed matured, the person who was planted with the Soul Seed would become a puppet, completely under Green's control. Speaking of which, Green Soul Seed was similar to the Heart Distress Lantern, one of the 8 Barons' divine artifacts, and the corpse puppet technique of the Celestial Fox people. However, it was different from the Heart's Lantern corpse puppet technique. There was no way to get rid of the Green Soul Seed. The only way to get rid of the Soul Seed was to detonate the Soul Seed. However, if that were to happen, the person who was implanted with the Soul Seed would definitely die. Chi Mugwan had been struck by Green Soul Seed. His future outcome would undoubtedly be 100 times more miserable than death. Why would Green use such a despicable method? He was really different from before. What exactly caused such a huge change in him? Z thought to herself. Green's eyes were also flickering. In fact, he did not tell Z all of Chi Mugwan's memories truthfully. According to Chi Mugwan's memories, the group of people who used the 8 Barons' divine artifacts in the Blood World were the people from the mainland's magic elite camp that they had encountered earlier. After Green returned to the 8 Barons' continent, he had already investigated. Yunsheng was from the mainland's magic elite camp. Moreover, she was one of the most outstanding students in the camp. Green sighed in his heart. There was an indescribable sense of melancholy. Green, what should we do next? If even He Yao did not gain any benefits, even if we go to the Dutian Blood World, we will only be asking for trouble. Z muttered. As they spoke, a beastly roar that sounded like a cheetah's roar came from the Chaos Zone. Hearing the roar, Green's eyes changed. He and Z looked at each other. It's the Beast God Altar's call signal. Green and Z recognized it. It was the Beast God Altar's call signal. This time, the Beast God Altar sent the 3rd and 5th priests. The call signal was sent by the 5th priest. Z did not like the 3rd priest. The 3rd priest was lustful. In his early years, he had robbed some outstanding young men and women from the D clan. As the young master of the 9 Phoenix tribe, Green did not want to wallow in the mire with those people. If that's the case, why don't we hide in the Dutian Blood World first and wait for an opportunity to act? Z and Green ignored the call signal and rushed towards the entrance of the Blood World that Chi Mugwan had mentioned earlier. They planned to enter the Blood World before the 3rd priest. The one who sent the call signal was indeed the 3rd priest of the Beast God Altar. The 3rd priest was in a part of the Chaos Zone where the magic barrier was relatively weak. He was waiting for the arrival of the other Bakra orcs. The 3rd priest was a middle-aged man about 30 or 40 years old. His face was ashen, and he looked like he had overindulged. At this time, the 3rd priest's face was gloomy. After hearing the call signal, the first to arrive was the beaming tribe of the Bakra orcs. After that, the Blue Hell Wolf tribe and the Celestial Fox people arrived one after another. What's the matter with the other tribes? How dare they defy the Beast God Altar's order? When we return, I must report this to the 1st priest. The 3rd priest was originally going to travel with the 5th priest. However, the 5th priest was greedy and rushed into the Dutian Blood World first. Thus, the 3rd priest was left alone. Once she left, there was no news of her. The 3rd priest tried to contact her several times, but he could not reach her. The 3rd priest did not expect that the 5th priest had met with misfortune. After all, in the 3rd priest's opinion, the 5th priest's ability to control corpses was unmatched by the human race. He thought that the 5th priest had colluded with the Black Cheelan tribe to steal the credit. Thus, the 3rd priest was anxious to enter the Blood World. However, when he forcefully broke through the seal of the Blood World, he discovered that the human race's magic barrier seemed to have changed. Originally, after the Dutian blood seal collapsed, The magic barrier between the 8 desolates and the boundless continent was constantly weakening. In the end, the magic barrier would completely disappear. However, after searching for a while, the third priest discovered that the magic barrier, which was originally weak, was constantly strengthening. This trend shocked the third priest. There was only one possibility for the magic barrier to keep strengthening. That was, the human race had found a way to redraw the Dutian blood seal. Happy Year of the Goat! Happy New Year to everyone! May everything go well and be healthy. Chapter 1089. The humans are repairing the Dutian blood seal. We have to kill them before they repair it. Otherwise, once the blood seal is reconstructed, it will be difficult to invade again. The other clans have not arrived yet, so let's not wait for them. All of you listen to my orders. Split up. I want to force my way through and stop the humans from reconstructing the heavenly blood seal. What the third shaman meant was that he wanted the other tribes to cooperate with him. Although the other Bakra Orcs warriors were unwilling, they could not disobey the third shaman because he was from the beast god altar. Therefore, the third shaman and the Bakra Orcs led their respective forces and started to attack. At this time, Gufeng had obtained most of Elder Si Ming's Dharma Soul power and was on the verge of breaking through to transcendence. However, right at this moment, several powerful energy ripples appeared in the sky above the metropolis blood seal. Not good. There are at least 4 Bakra Orcs forces trying to break into the blood world. Everyone outside the Dutian blood seal looked up at the sky. Everyone, stop the beast for now. After 15 minutes, we can reconstruct the Dutian blood seal, Elder Si Ming shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, bang, bang, in the sky, many black shadows rushed out. Those black shadows rushed towards the core area of the Dutian blood seal, where Gufeng and Elder Si Ming were at. Obviously, the other party already knew that Gufeng and the others were the key to reconstructing the blood seal this time. At this moment, Senior Sister Lan and the others also rushed over with their people. The situation is urgent. Everyone spread out immediately. We only need 15 more minutes. Yunsheng and the others had finished their discussion in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, they split into 4 different forces and flew toward the forces of the 8 Wasteland Beast clans. Sister Lan led the continent's magic elite camp. Yun Songlong and Yuan Buku led the Hunter Corps. Yunsheng and Ling led a group of magical beasts, and Yi Baiming and Tycoon Jin formed an army. On the Boundless Continent side, 4 teams were swiftly formed, and they headed towards the 4 directions of the Dutian bloodstains. Tisk, ignorant humans, you actually dare to obstruct my Blue Abyss Wolf clan. The people who bumped into Sister Lan and the others were the Blue Abyss Wolves of the 8 Desolation tribe. The wolf warriors of the Dark Green Wolf tribe howled at the Sky Wolf and turned into werewolf warriors. The snow domain is frozen. A trace of coldness flashed across Senior Sister Lan's face. Enemies were truly bound to meet on a narrow road. Earlier, she'd once suffered a loss at the hands of the young patriarch of the Green Nether Wolves, Qingya. This time, she wanted to take revenge. Ice Blue water element surged out from Blue's body. In an instant, several wolf warriors of the Blue Nether Wolf tribe were sealed in ice. Kill! The mages of the elite mage camp from the continent all displayed their abilities. They charged forward like fleas and killed the werewolves. Humans, I am Rita from the Behemoth tribe. If you have the guts, fight me. The leader of the Behemoth tribe this time was the ugly female giant Rita. She had successfully merged with a portion of the Behemoth King Saraira. She charged forward and swung her arms like 2 sticks. In an instant, many of the hunters from the Heaven Extermination hunting troop were flung away. At this moment, a figure descended from the sky like a javelin. The person swept his right arm and swept away a few hunters who were about to land on the ground. He actually managed to defuse Rita's energy. Yun Songlong from the Zhou state is here to challenge you. Yun Songlong's figure was tall and sturdy. He could tell that Rita was very powerful. Normal hunters were definitely not her match. You are quite a man. You are qualified to fight me. Rita laughed loudly. The 2 of them jumped up at the same time. Like 2 ferocious tigers, their intense chi rubbed against the air, giving off a burning smell. On the other side, Yunsheng and Dongwang Linger also bumped into the people from the Celestial Fox tribe. This time, the Celestial Fox tribe also sent out a few hundred fox warriors. This person was one of the generals under the chief of the Celestial Fox people, Hu Qinxiu. You are not the saint. Just when he was about to unleash his power, he suddenly saw Yunsheng, who was leading the group. Needless to say, this person mistook Yunsheng for the saintess of the Celestial Fox people. Listen, I don't want to fight with you. If you back off quickly, I can spare your lives. When Yunsheng saw the people from the Celestial Fox people, she thought of Hu Sheng, who died an unjust death. In fact, Yunsheng didn't have any grudges with the Celestial Fox people. She also had half of the bloodline of the Celestial Fox people, who knew that not only did Yunsheng's words not receive the gratitude of the Celestial Fox people, but the Celestial Fox magician who was leading the group sneered. Warriors of the Celestial Fox people, listen to my orders. The chief has given the order. Hu Sheng is not a woman and is colluding with humans. Everyone has the right to kill him. Whoever kills Hu Sheng will be rewarded 10,000 gold coins. Ever since Hu Sheng fell to the boundless world, the chief of the Celestial Fox people, Hu Qinxiu, saw her as a great humiliation. Therefore, he gave the order to kill both inside and outside the clan. When Yunsheng heard that, the last bit of pity in her heart disappeared. She sneered, "If you want to kill me, you'll have to see if you have the ability to do so." Yunsheng's heart moved. She didn't even bother to use her magic. Behind her, the ground started to rumble. The expressions of the Celestial Fox warriors, who were previously proud, changed drastically. Countless black ants crawled out from the ground. In the sky, a large number of Night Charm warriors pounced over like dark clouds. 100-legged ant generals, Night Charm Queen, captured their leader alive. As for the rest, kill them all. Yunsheng raised her eyebrows coldly. In an instant, miserable cries sounded. Those Celestial Fox warriors fell down layer by layer under the attack of the astonishing number of ant soldiers and Night Charm warriors. Very quickly, that Celestial Fox magician, who was still arrogant earlier, was dragged in front of Yunsheng. Looking at Yunsheng's murderous face, that Celestial Fox magician suddenly realized that this female magician, who looked almost identical to the Celestial Fox people's saintess, Hu Sheng, was not their saintess. The Fox clan was cunning. He quickly bent his knees and kowtowed to Yunsheng. "Honorable female magician, I was blind. I beg you to let me go. Let me ask you, why did you want to kill Hu Sheng?" Yunsheng grabbed the Celestial Fox magician. I'll tell you everything. There were rumors that the saintess Hu Sheng was sold to the auction house of the human race and became a promiscuous female slave. The clan leader was furious and imprisoned the saintess's mother. He ordered that if anyone saw the saintess, they were to kill her. The Celestial Fox magician was frightened by Yunsheng and spilled everything. Who was the one who spread the news? Did anyone verify it? When Yunsheng and Dongwang Linger heard that, they both felt that Hu Sheng had surrendered. Regardless of whether the news is true or false, the saintess's reputation has been damaged. Even if she were to return to the Celestial Fox tribe, only death awaits her. That Celestial Fox magician who was sandwiched between the two women had a terrified look on his face. Chapter 1090. Yunsheng's eyes turned cold bit by bit. Her lips curled up into a smile. When that Celestial Fox magus saw Yunsheng smile, he only felt a chill in his heart. Bang! An extremely violent magic power shot down from the sky and hit the head of that Celestial Fox magus. The magus didn't even have the chance to scream before he was struck by the dark heavenly thorn and turned into a pile of charcoal. Poor Hu Sheng. Before she died, her only wish was for Yunsheng to bring her ashes back to the Celestial Fox tribe. However, her people had never planned to welcome her back. Yunsheng, Hu Sheng's ashes? Dongwang Linger's face was filled with sadness. She felt that Hu Sheng's death wasn't worth it. Like Yunsheng, Dongwang Linger also vaguely guessed that Hu Sheng didn't want to be a burden to others. Another reason was that she hoped that Yun Sheng could go to the 8 Wastelands continent on her behalf and save the declining Celestial Fox tribe. However, the Celestial Fox people's actions had already made Yun Sheng completely disappointed in them. I will bring Hu Sheng's ashes back and save her mother. As for the Celestial Fox tribe, it has nothing to do with me whether they are strong or weak. Yun Sheng looked around and realized that the situation of the battle was better than she had expected. Sister Lan, second uncle, and the others had basically controlled the other party. However, the third priest's expression didn't look too good. Damn it, these humans do have some skills. They actually blocked all the attacks from the surroundings. The third priest roared. His eyes were filled with anger. However, when he saw that the ones who were blocking him were only 2 humans, the third priest felt a sense of hope. The ones in charge of protecting Gufeng and Chang Si Ming were the Golden Shilin Yi Baiming and Tycoon Jin. Seeing that the other party was just a beast and a human, the third priest and the people of the beast god altar behind him all revealed victorious smiles. I advise the 2 of you to quickly retreat. Otherwise, only death awaits you. The third priest gave an order, and behind him, nearly 100 beast god altar martial artists pulled off their robes in unison. The third priest was a martial artist. His subordinates were all martial artists. These people were like soldiers who had undergone strict training. Their muscles were strong, as if they were carved from marble. These martial artists of the beast god altar had all been baptized by the holy water of the beast god altar. Their bodies were much tougher than humans. Their bodies could penetrate the toughest shields, and their iron fists could directly penetrate the toughest armor. However, the third priest's words did not receive the response he deserved. The eyes of the person on the left under his robes suddenly brightened. His figure took a ghostly step forward, and with 2 booms, he threw out 2 heavy punches. The wind from the fists was like a flood. The third priest and the martial artists of the beast god altar only felt the air around them tremble. The fierce fists were like spring thunder, sweeping over like raindrops. The astonishing power of the fists actually landed on the martial artist of the beast god altar at the front. Pong! That martial artist's body flew backwards, rolling on the ground. His sternum shattered, and his heart was directly shattered. With just 1 punch, the martial artists of the beast god altar were completely unable to resist. Ignorant fool! Kill him! The third priest's expression changed slightly. The martial artists of the beast god altar did not care about their numbers. They swarmed forward, trying to use numbers to suppress the human. However, the most terrifying thing was yet to come. After that person was surrounded, not only did he not show any signs of defeat, on the contrary, he seemed to be completely unafraid of the attacks of the martial artists of the beast god altar. Punching left and right, he consecutively sent several martial artists flying. That momentum was unstoppable. What the hell was that thing? The third priest rushed forward, wanting to kill Tyrant Jean. But at this moment, a golden figure flashed, blocking the third priest's path. The third priest did not see who it was. He only saw his palm reach out, grabbing at the person blocking his path. But at this moment, a ball of flame exploded in front of him. The opponent's mouth spat out many magic attacks. Magician! The third priest's expression changed, and he floated back a few steps. Just as he dodged several magic attacks, he suddenly heard a biting cold claw wind, weaving into a sky full of claw shadows, like a heavenly net, enveloping the third priest. What kind of magic beast was this? It knew magic, and it also knew battle techniques. The sudden change in battle techniques, in addition to the magic attacks from before, caused the third priest to panic. For a moment, he also lost his mind. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, one could hear a figure shooting out from within the prime heaven blood seal, like a rainbow piercing through the sun. Yun Sheng, quickly look, it's Gufeng. Dong Wang Ling was extremely excited as she raised her head. It turned out that 15 minutes had already passed. In the sky, the person standing there was none other than Gufeng. On Gufeng's body, his magic soul emitted a boundless golden light. Gufeng had broken through to become a magic god. Gufeng seemed to have grown several years older in an instant. On his originally round face, there was an additional layer of holy light. On his back, a pair of magic wings flapped, and he was already hovering in midair, just like a rising sun. For close to 10,000 years, the Duchian blood realm had been shrouded in evil aura and had never seen light. At this moment, light magic penetrated through the evil aura, illuminating every corner. Ancient magic incantations flowed out from the mouth of the ancient mountain like flowing water. At this moment, everyone stopped fighting and looked at the sky together. But at this moment, Yunsheng's eyebrows twitched. She suddenly saw two figures flying towards the sky. When Green and Purple, who had been watching in the dark, saw Gufeng flying into the sky, they also flew into the sky at the same time. They already knew that Gufeng was the key to this Duqian blood seal. Almost at the same time, Yunsheng and Dongwang Ling also flew into the sky without hesitation. Yunsheng, it's you. When Green saw Yunsheng, he was absent-minded for a moment. After not seeing each other for 3 years, Yunsheng had become even more attractive to him. Her temperament was as cold as ice, yet as beautiful as fire. In the cold wind, Yunsheng's long hair danced in the wind. In Green's eyes, there was only her. Green recognized Yunsheng, but Yunsheng did not immediately recognize Green. You know me? Whether you know me or not, get out of here. Yunsheng was not polite at all. Her figure flashed, and a 1,000-year-old ice zither appeared in her hand. Green hesitated for a moment, then shook his head helplessly. He stopped Purple. Purple wanted to say something, but stopped. At this moment, the magic power emitted by the ball of light quickly spread out. A ball of light as bright as the rising sun rose from Gufeng's body and spread towards the direction of the Duqian blood seal. The range of the ball of light was constantly expanding. It's a success. Yunsheng and Dongwang Ling were nervous and excited. The powerful light magic power emitted by the ball of light made the Bakra orcs feel as if they had seen the light in the darkness. They did not dare to stay any longer and fled like the ebbing tide. Tisk, it's a failure. Let's go. Violet tugged at Green, ignoring the fact that he was still staring at Yunsheng. She tossed out a magic scroll and disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 1091. The light magic power of the ball of light continued to expand. It was as if light had returned to the continent. On the horizon of the Duqian blood realm, a semicircular ball of light slowly spread out. To the invading Bakra orcs, the new blood seal that contained the purest light magic was like a scourge. The third priest and the others saw that they couldn't stop it and didn't dare to stay any longer. They could only immediately leave the blood realm. In the blood realm, the evil chi that had been fleeing in all directions was shrouded. Those blood cloud beasts that had been restless for the past few days because of the evil aura also calmed down. Look, the entrance to the blood realm has also disappeared. Sister Lan and the others looked at the sky. The entrance to Bloody Sky Metropolis Jie that had been forcefully torn apart by He Yao was like snow meeting the sun of March, quickly shrinking until it completely disappeared. In the sky above the Duqian realm of blood, the evil aura gradually disappeared. The boundary between the 8 desolate continent and the boundless continent stabilized once again. Gufeng, after Donghuang Linger rejoiced, she suddenly realized that once the new Duqian blood imprint was formed, it meant that from today onwards, she and Gufeng would be separated forever. Dongwang Ling struggled free from Yunsheng's grasp. She wanted to rush into the new Duqian blood seal. However, the moment she came into contact with the wall of the Duqian blood seal, she was immediately bounced back. The new Duqian blood seal, which had fused with the power of Gufeng's luminous sun sphere, was indestructible. Ling didn't give up. She charged at the Duqian blood seal again and again, but she was bounced back. She looked at Gufeng with a smile on his face. His body was glowing brightly. Tears streamed down her face as she said, Gufeng, let me in too. I'll accompany you. I'll accompany you to guard the Duqian blood seal. Ling, promise me that you won't be sad anymore. Gufeng looked at Dongwang Ling tenderly. She was the first woman he liked in his life, and the only woman he had ever liked. I've only become the eye of the formation. Remember, I will always be here to protect you. You must become the most outstanding empress in the history of the Eastern Imperial Dynasty. His body eventually turned into a ray of light and was branded into the Dutian blood seal, becoming the eye of the formation that maintained the new Dutian blood seal. Dongwang Ling knelt in front of the Dutian blood print and looked at the place where Gufeng had disappeared. Ling, don't be sad. Gufeng hasn't disappeared. We will definitely find a way to bring Gufeng back to your side. Yunsheng comforted her softly. Yunsheng could sense that Gufeng was not dead. He was like the guardian of the Dutian blood realm. He was just using his own methods to protect the continent, protect them, and protect Ling. I won't be sad. I promised him that I will become the most outstanding empress in the history of the Eastern Imperial Dynasty. Dongwang Ling stopped crying. She slowly stood up. The tears on her beautiful face had yet to dry, but Dongwang Ling's gaze was different. To Dongwang Ling, being separated from Gufeng was like a phoenix rising from the ashes. In the long years that followed, she kept her promise to Gufeng and brought the originally weak Eastern Imperial Dynasty back to prosperity. Dongwang Ling also became the greatest empress in the history of the Eastern Imperial Dynasty. These were all stories for later. After the blood seal was formed, and it was confirmed that there were no more Bakro orcs in the blood realm, Yunsheng, Ling Elder Si Ming, Sister Lan, and the others also returned to the Dutian relay station. In order to commemorate the sacrifices made by Gufeng and Ji Rumo in the reconstruction of the Dutian blood seal, Elder Si Ming and the people of the Dutian relay station erected a magician's sacred monument at the entrance of the Dutian blood realm. On it, the names of Ji Rumo and Gufeng were engraved. Yunsheng, Ling don't be sad. Although the new Dutian blood seal has been formed, the effects of the blood seal's collapse are still very bad. The Great Elder and Elder Si Ming have discussed it. The Magician's Temple will work with the continent's magicians' elite camp. After Sister Lan comforted Yunsheng and Dongwang Ling, she also brought some new decisions made by the continent's magicians' elite camp. The Emperor Zhao in red had fallen, and the Zhao state had fallen into a state without a ruler. Elder Si Ming decided to return to Penglai and disband the Zhao state. As for Sister Lan, she would lead the continent's magicians' elite camp to work with the Hunters Guild to clean up the blood cloud beasts that escaped from the blood realm and the civilians that were injured by the blood chi. Dongwang Ling decided to return to the eastern capital alone. Yunsheng, you don't have to worry about me. Just as you said, Gufeng is still by my side. I will come to the blood realm to visit him from time to time. I heard that after He Yao escaped, Dugu Xiu also disappeared. With that, the power that suppressed the Dongwang dynasty in the past has also completely disappeared. This is a great opportunity for me to reorganize the dynasty. Dongwang Ling, and Yunsheng reluctantly bid farewell. Although Yunsheng also wanted to accompany Dongwang Ling back to the eastern capital, Dongwang Ling rejected her. Dongwang Ling knew that Yunsheng had many more important things to do. After Ji Rumo's death, the whereabouts of the Netherworld Ghost Key was still a mystery. Yunsheng still needed to find the Netherworld Ghost Key and find a way to save her mother. This was also the most urgent thing for Yunsheng to do right now. The Golden Qilin, Yi Baiming, also needed to find a way to restore his human body as soon as possible. Hu Sheng's ashes also needed to be sent back to the Eight Desolates continent as soon as possible. Yunsheng also had too many responsibilities. Be careful. If there are any problems, immediately contact me through the Hunters Guild. Yunsheng looked at Ling haggard face and sighed. She, Gufeng, Ling and abandoned thought that they would be together forever. She didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, the four of them would be separated from each other. She didn't know when they would meet again. Yunsheng, before I leave, I have something to tell you. Cherish the people in front of you. Don't be like me, only regretting it when I lose them. Dongwang Ling looked behind Yunsheng. Not far away, the Golden Qilin, Yi Baiming, was following behind Yunsheng. When Dong Huang Ling found out that Dollar was Yi Biming, she was extremely shocked. However, when she saw Yi Biming giving up the chance to restore his human body and staying behind to look after Yun Sheng, Dong Huang Ling was moved by his infatuation. Yi Biming wasn't goofing. Dong Huang Ling believed that Yun Sheng and Yi Biming wouldn't follow in the footsteps of her and goofing. She hoped that her good friend would become the happiest woman in the world. With a smile on her face, Dong Huang Ling boarded the flying demonic beast that was heading towards the eastern capital. The flying demonic beast disappeared into the horizon. Only when Yun Sheng couldn't see Dong Huang Ling anymore did she turn around. Behind her, Dollar was lying on the ground. His golden eyes were staring at Yun Sheng without blinking. Yun Sheng walked forward. Dollar stood up unhurriedly and wagged his tail at Yun Sheng in a fawning manner. Yun Sheng saw his conflicted look of wanting to go forward, but was afraid that Yun Sheng would explode. Yun Sheng saw this and was both angry and amused. She could not help but laugh out loud. She walked forward and sat on Dollar's back. "Night Fox, let's go and find the whereabouts of the Netherworld Ghost Key." Chapter 1092. When Yun Sheng said this, her eyes were filled with gentleness. She wrapped her arms around Dollar's head and pressed her face against Dollar's scales. Through the delicate scales, Yun Sheng could hear the strong heartbeat in the Qilin's chest. Thinking back, Yi Biming didn't hesitate to give up the opportunity to regain his human form and stay. Yun Sheng felt that she was very happy. Yun Sheng's sudden kindness made Yi Biming feel as if he was struck by lightning. The unique fragrance of Yun Sheng's body hit him in the face. Dollar only felt that his bones were going soft. "She's not angry anymore?" Dollar was flattered. He thought that after his identity was exposed this time, he would be ignored by Yun Sheng for a while. Unexpectedly, she wasn't angry. Dollar's bones became lighter, and he didn't hear it clearly at all. He only knew that the little wild cat wasn't angry with him. As long as she wasn't angry, he would go wherever the little wild cat wanted him to go. Yun Sheng originally planned to punish Yi Biming, but after experiencing Goofing and Ling, Yun Sheng was also deeply touched. There were indeed many difficulties between her and Yi Biming, but no difficulties were difficult compared to the difference between Goofing and Dong Huang Ling. Even if Yi Biming became a demonic beast, at least he was always by her side to protect her. Just this point alone was enough. Therefore, Yun Sheng planned to let bygones be bygones for Yi Biming's earlier concealment. Yun Sheng didn't tell Yi Biming that in her heart, she already had an idea. After dealing with the matter of her mother, Hu Jiusheng, she planned to make a trip to the Bahuan continent. In addition to sending Hu Sheng's ashes back and saving Hu Sheng's mother, she also wanted to find the Qilin King Saraira. This way, Yi Biming would be able to regain his true form. However, Yun Sheng didn't intend to tell Yi Biming about this for the time being. If he found out, he would definitely not agree. And right now, he had to deal with the matter of his mother, Hu Jiusheng. Before Yun Sheng and Dollar left the Dutian blood world, they returned to the Dutian station. Yuan Bu Pe and his sister were still there. Yun Sheng had already heard from Dong Huang Ling, that if it wasn't for Yuan Bupo, she probably wouldn't have been able to stop Qi Muguan. However, what made Yun Sheng even more curious was the power of the 9th chapter of the Dihong Song. What would it be like to be able to summon a divine weapon from the divine world? Yun Sheng, I'm very sorry. I can't teach you the 9th chapter of the Dihong Song. Yuan Bupo was in a difficult position when he heard Yun Sheng's question. In Yuan Bupo's heart, he really wanted to teach Yun Sheng the 9th chapter of the Dihong Song. However, after he entered the Dihong ancient tomb, he swore that he would only teach the 9th chapter of the Dihong Song to the fated person. If Yuan Bupo were to reveal it, the Dihong city's bloodline would face divine punishment. Since it concerned the people of Dihong City, Yuan Bupo didn't dare to reveal the 9th chapter of the Dihong Song. Although Yun Sheng was a little disappointed, she didn't force it. Yuan Bupo's father, Yuan Buku, had once said that as long as she agreed to marry Yuan Bupo, she would be allowed to enter the Dihong ancient tomb. However, Yun Sheng rejected him. Yun Sheng already had Yi Biming in her heart. Hence, Even if she knew that the ninth chapter of the Di Hong song contained a terrifying power, Yun Sheng could only give up. Yun Sheng, don't be sad. After I go back, I will beg my father again. As long as he agrees, you can enter the Di Hong ancient tomb. I believe that with your power of understanding, you will understand the Di Hong song better than me, Yuan Bupo told Yun Sheng. When she went to send Dong Wang Ling off, Elder Si Ming had already left. However, before Elder Si Ming left, she asked Yuan Bupo to tell Yun Sheng to go to Peng Lai. Knowing that Elder Si Ming wanted to invite her to Peng Lai, Yun Sheng wasn't surprised. Even if Elder Si Ming didn't ask, Yun Sheng planned to go to Peng Lai. When Ji Rumo died, he didn't have the Nether Ghost Key with him. She believed that he must have left the Nether Ghost Key in Peng Lai. After Yun Sheng said goodbye to Yuan Bupo and his sister, she then went to Peng Lai with Dollar and Popo. Not long after Yun Sheng, Dollar and the others left the Dutian Blood World. The Blood World seemed to have calmed down. In the chaotic area between the 8 Desolates continent and the Boundless continent, the third priest and a group of Bakra orcs returned in defeat. The third priest was furious as he stopped Green. Green, what happened? Why didn't you control that magician in the end? The third shaman and the people from the other major tribes had suffered many losses in this invasion. Almost all of the people from the Celestial Fox tribe were killed. Half of the people from the Green Nether Wolf tribe and the Behemoth tribe were also killed. Only the 9 Phoenix tribe and the D tribe were unharmed. The third priest was also injured by the strange demonic beast. This made the third priest, who was always concerned about his reputation, very angry. He attributed all of this to the fact that the 9 Phoenix tribe and the D tribe came too late. Moreover, the third priest saw clearly that at the last moment, when the blood seal was reconstructed, Green suddenly appeared. At that time, he clearly had the chance to capture the human magician who was reconstructing the Dutian blood seal. However, at the last moment, Green didn't make a move when facing the human magician. It was also because of Green's hesitation that the Dutian blood seal was reconstructed. Now, it was very difficult to break the Dutian blood seal's boundary and invade it on a large scale. The invasion failed, and the 5th priest was confirmed dead. The 3rd priest was inevitably angry. He knew that after returning to the Beast God altar this time, his position in the Beast God altar would plummet. 3rd priest, what right do you have to interrogate me? Don't forget that the 9 Phoenix tribe isn't a lower beast tribe that you can casually summon. Moreover, the reason why we failed this time was because you and the 5th priest couldn't gather the Chelan tribe and the Bash tribe. Green's face was as cold as ice. Although the Beast God altar was the highest existence in the 8 Desolates continent, to the other higher beast tribes, only the first priest of the Beast God altar was a real threat. After receiving the 9 Phoenix King, Sarira's inheritance, Green didn't put the 3rd priest in his eyes. His current mood was very bad. His reunion with Yun Sheng had just begun, and it was already over. No one's feelings were more complicated than Green's. He did have the ability to control goofing at the last moment, but if he really did that, he would definitely fall out with Yun Sheng. But after the Dutian blood seal was reconstructed, Green regretted it even more. In the future, he would have fewer chances to see Yun Sheng. With such conflicting emotions, Green was even more disinclined to pay attention to the 3rd priest and the others. Without another word, he led the 9 Luan tribe away with a cold expression on his face. 3rd priest, farewell. Purple followed closely behind and left with the people of the D clan. Seeing that Green and Purple were ignoring the 3rd priest, the remaining members of the other beast tribes also found excuses and left. Chapter 1093. 9 Phoenix Tribe. D Tribe. Good, very good. You dare to disobey me again and again. If I can obtain the power of faith of the Beast God, you won't dare to go against me. The 3rd priest was furious. However, the 3rd priest could only watch as Green and Purple left. He glared in the direction of the Dutian blood realm. Under the effect of the new Dutian blood seal, the Dutian blood realm's boundary had regained its stability. The blood realm, which was originally blood red, was now shrouded in the power of light that was as warm as the sun. The 3rd priest knew that even if the high priest came personally, he might not be able to break the new boundary of the blood realm. However, the third priest did not give up. Humans, don't think that you have one. Just you wait. When the high priest obtains the power of the beast god, you will all fall into hell. The third priest's face revealed a sinister smile. His figure flashed and disappeared into the boundless chaos zone. The matter of the blood realm had come to an end because of the sacrifice of Gufeng and Ji-Rumo. After parting with the Yuan siblings, Yunsheng immediately rushed to Penglai. Yunsheng had two purposes for going to Penglai. One was to return the broken Heavenly Fate mirror to Chang Si-Ming. The other was to ask Chang Si-Ming about the whereabouts of the Netherworld Ghost Key. After arriving at Penglai, Yunsheng first went to the bottom of Penglai and found out about the Master of Molten Flame. The Master of Molten Flame told Yunsheng that after the death of the first summoner of the Dharma Temple, the volcano seal had temporarily stabilized. In the next few years, he could ensure that there would not be any problems with the volcano seal. Lord Flame, I will leave Penglai under your protection for now. Ji-Rumo's death is more or less related to me. I owe Penglai. In the future, if you discover any movements from the Bakra-Orcs, inform me immediately. Although the first summoner had already been eliminated, Yunsheng still felt that whether it was the Eight Desolates tribe or the Beast God Altar, they would definitely not give up on invading the boundless world so easily. Yunsheng gave a few instructions to the Master of Molten Flame before heading to Penglai Island. At the port of Penglai Island, Yunsheng accidentally met Chang Wei, a Warcraft businessman she met on the way to Penglai. Chang Wei is taking his family with him. He rents a ship and prepares to move away from Penglai. Since Yunsheng subdued Anemone Abyssalis, the waters of Penglai have become much more stable. It also became more convenient for fishermen and merchant ships to go out to sea. Isn't this Lord Prince Regent? What a coincidence. I was just about to look for you. In order to avoid being noticed, Yunsheng had already returned to her male disguise before arriving at Penglai. When Chang Wei saw Yunsheng, he hurriedly walked forward and flattered her. The Emperor Zhao in red and Ji-Rumo of Penglai of Gojoseon's death had a huge impact on Penglai. The Zhao state had already been disbanded. Many citizens of Penglai had also moved away from Penglai to other places. The originally bustling Penglai suddenly looked a lot more desolate. The purpose of Chang Wei looking for Yunsheng was to ask for a recommendation letter to move to Yujing of Zhou State. Uncle Chang, why do you want to move to Zhou State? As far as I know, the closest place to Penglai is Later Qin. Writing a recommendation letter was a piece of cake for Yunsheng. However, Yunsheng did not understand why Chang Wei wanted to move to Zhou State. Prince Regent, you don't know? After the Duqian bloodprint incident, the Dugu Emperor of Later Qin also disappeared. It is rumored that he colluded with the Black Kirin clan of the Bakra-Orcs. Later Qin is also in turmoil now. As for the other countries, Immortal Residence is the Kingdom of Elves, Prince Tang Yuan is incompetent, and Zhou State is more reliable. Not only me, but now most of the rich people in Penglai and some summoners want to go to Zhou State. Chang Wei also told Yunsheng that a recommendation letter from Zhou State had now risen to as much as 10,000 purple coins in the market, and there was no supply. When Yunsheng heard this, she and Dollar looked at each other. The decline of Penglai and Later Qin was a great opportunity for Zhou State. It was better to take this opportunity to win over the talents of Penglai and Later Qin, which was also a great help for Zhou State. Uncle Chang, don't worry. This is my warrant. You can gather some merchants and summoners from Penglai and go to Zhou State together. Someone will write a recommendation letter for you. Yunsheng took this opportunity to bring a large number of merchants and summoners from Penglai to Zhou State. This also laid a solid foundation for Zhou State to become the strongest country on the boundless continent with the East Imperial Dynasty for the next few hundred years. After arranging Chang Wei's matter, Yunsheng also found out that Elder Si-Ming's people were in Zhao State. Elder Si-Ming also publicly announced that he was the Emperor Zhao in Reds Jr. After the Zhao State was disbanded, Elder Si-Ming had already taken some people into the temple to avoid unrest. After the death of the Emperor Zhao in Red, Elder Si-Ming lost his beloved disciple. Their deaths were more or less related to Yunsheng, so when Yunsheng met Elder Si Ming, she was a little nervous. She was afraid that he would vent his anger on her. When Elder Si Ming saw Yunsheng, his face was very calm. Elder Si Ming had already passed down most of his magic power to Gufeng. He now looked like an old man. He handed over most of the temple's affairs to Ji Rumo's junior, Ru Yi. He would spend the rest of his life in Penglai. I was born in Penglai, and I will die in Penglai. This is my destiny. Elder Si Ming's voice was calm. This wise old man had predicted the life and death of countless people in his life. When faced with his own life and death, he was very calm. I'm sure you already know why I asked you to come to Penglai. You have been looking for the Netherworld Ghost Key. Elder Si Ming took out a box and handed it to Yunsheng. Yunsheng opened the box. Inside the box was a black ancient key. There was also a letter on the key. The ink on the letter had already dried. This letter was written by Ji Rumo when he left Penglai. Rumo, that foolish child. He probably knew that he would not be able to escape this time. He had already arranged everything. Jing Xin Ling Long. That child has always been a transparent person. Only in terms of emotions, he was muddled once. It was also this time that caused him to end up like this. Elder Si Ming's face was filled with regret. Ji Rumo was Elder Si Ming's proudest disciple. He had taught him everything he knew, but he did not expect that Ji Rumo would end up with his mirror destroyed. Elder Si Ming sighed. Even so, he was still unwilling to accept the Heavenly Fate mirror. Since the Heavenly Fate mirror has been destroyed, there is no use in keeping it with me. I will give it to you. I believe that Rumo will agree with me. Elder Si Ming waved his hand and asked Yunsheng to leave. Chapter 1094. Although Chang Si Ming knew that everything that happened these days was predestined, he still couldn't get along with Yunsheng and Dollar peacefully after knowing that they were both descendants of Ba Huang. Thank you, Chang Si Ming. Yunsheng also saw through Chang Si Ming's thoughts. After saying goodbye, she left the Zhao state. After leaving the Zhao state, Yunsheng couldn't wait to open Ji Rumo's letter. Beside her, the golden Kylin, Yi Baiming glanced at the letter and held back the jealousy in his heart. He proudly tucked his tail between his legs and lay on the side. It was undeniable that Yi Baiming still cared about Ji Rumo a little bit. But unlike Dugu Xiao, even though they were both rivals in love, Yi Baiming didn't hate Ji Rumo or Xiao Wenxiu. Ji Rumo was a man that even the same sex couldn't hate. And Yi Baiming also knew that Ji Rumo would always stay in Yunsheng's heart. Anyway, a crush was a crush. His woman was beautiful and capable. It was normal for someone to have a crush on her. Besides, Ji Rumo was a one-sided man, mirror, son, or a one-sided man, son, of, mirror, son. He, Yi Baiming, was the regent of the Great Zhou dynasty. Why would he be jealous of a broken mirror? While Yi Baiming was struggling on the side, Yunsheng had already finished reading Ji Rumo's letter. Ji Rumo's letter was left behind when he left Penglai. It was as if he already knew the fate he was about to face. Therefore, in this letter, it was an absolute letter from him. The paper was very ordinary papyrus. On the letter, lines of elegant handwriting flowed like flowing water. Between the lines, it was also Ji Rumo's usual tone. Yunsheng seemed to see the humble and polite man who always had a smile on his face standing in front of her. He spoke tirelessly. To Yunsheng. Yunsheng, when you read this letter, I believe you already know my true identity. I'm the Heavenly Fate Mirror. I'm sorry I haven't been able to tell you the truth. As one of the 8 Desolation Divine Artifacts, my fate was sealed the moment I was created to protect the boundless world. Don't feel guilty about my death. Compared to living without any feelings, I'd rather die in a special way. At least that way, I can live in your heart forever. After I die, I only have one request. I hope you can keep me by your side. Perhaps one day, you'll be able to repair the Heavenly Mandate Mirror. Perhaps then, we'll meet again. Before I die, I'll leave a light soul power in your body. That's a type of soul power left behind in my body. I'm sorry, but I've secretly checked your Dharma soul before. You have 5 Dharma souls, but you're missing a light Dharma soul. If you cultivate this soul power properly, it can purify your Dharma soul and breed a new light Dharma soul. In the soul power, there's still some of my experience on light magic and fusion magic. Perhaps it'll be of help to your magic cultivation. I'll also leave the Netherworld Ghost Key to you. It's the only way to help your mother recover her memories. Your mother, Hu Jiuxing, lost her memories because the Emperor Zhao in red, Ji Fong, used the heart distress lamp to extract a strand of her soul. This strand of her soul has always been kept in the heart distress lamp. If you want her to recover her memories, you have to find the heart distress lamp. From what I know, the heart distress lamp has always been in the hands of the Netherworld Ghost King. The Emperor Zhao in red and the Netherworld Ghost King have some sort of relationship. It's very likely that the two of them made an agreement to extract a strand of your mother's soul. The Netherworld Ghost Key is an item from the Netherworld. Normal people can't use it easily. Otherwise, if it's not used properly, it'll contaminate a person's Dharma soul, causing them to fall into the path of darkness and become a dark magician. The pink demonic beast beside you should have some sort of divine power hidden in its body. If you insist on finding your mother's whereabouts, give it the Netherworld Ghost Key. I believe it'll be immune to the Netherworld Ghost Key's influence. However, promise me that you won't look for the Netherworld Ghost King before you're strong enough. The Netherworld Ghost King's strength is very strong. He's already a godlike existence. His true strength is even stronger than the 8 desolate artifacts combined. Finally, I hope you and the North Underworld King can grow old together. Rumo, farewell. After reading the letter, Yunsheng closed it and didn't speak for a long time. Yunsheng looked at the box again and saw the Netherworld Ghost Key that she had obtained with great difficulty. The Netherworld Ghost Key was ice-cold in her hand. It looked very ordinary. It didn't have any magical power or anything strange about it. It seemed like Ji Rumo was right. This key could only be used if it was given to baby sheep. She then took out the Broken Heavens Mandate mirror from the beast language ring. The cracks on the mirror blurred the figure in the mirror. In the end, she still owed Ji Rumo. This man, even at the moment of his death, was still thinking for her. He left behind the Netherworld Ghost Key, which was the most important thing to Yunsheng and the method to save her mother, Hu Jiuxing. However, this method was very difficult to implement. After letting out a faint sigh, Yunsheng didn't forget Ji Rumo's last words in the letter. Right, light soul power. Yunsheng then remembered that before Ji Rumo reflected He Yao's third inheritance, he had injected a strand of magical power into her forehead. At that time, Yunsheng didn't pay too much attention to it. She only knew that the strand of magical power had quickly melted into her body. Yunsheng touched her forehead and realized that the spot where Ji Rumo had injected his light soul power was right on top of her karmic firebrand. She hurriedly checked her Dharma soul and discovered that a crack had appeared on her 5 elemental Dharma soul at some point in time. That crack seemed to show signs of expanding. It contained the light soul power that Ji Rumo had mentioned. The strand of light power that Ji Rumo had injected into Yunsheng's mind at the last moment was the last of his light power. It was also the essence of his life's magical power. It even contained a few unique spells that Ji Rumo had mastered. Soul power. This term was still very unfamiliar to Yunsheng. However, it wasn't a mystery to Ji Rumo, who came from the Temple of Sorcerers. Extracting soul power was a special spell of the Temple of Sorcerers. It wasn't something that every sorcerer could do. Only a small number of sorcerers from the Temple of Sorcerers who had broken through to the realm of sorcerers could successfully cultivate a part of their Dharma soul into soul power. This type of soul power was considered the essence of a sorcerer's cultivation. It was very similar to the Beast King Saraira that the 8 leaders of the Bakra orcs had left behind in the Beast King's tomb of the 8 wilderness. Soul power was initially only used for passing down the legacy. It was like every sorcerer from the Temple of Sorcerers would leave their last strand of soul power to the next sorcerer before they died. Those who obtained soul power could not only increase their cultivation, but also obtain some special spells and memories of the previous sorcerer. Chapter 1095. In the Dharma Temple, Jirumo was not the only one who could cultivate soul power. At the same time, as a Dharma god, Elder Si Ming had also cultivated soul power before. When he was in the Dutian Bloodprint, Elder Si Ming decided to transfer his soul power to Gufeng in the form of soul power in order to increase the chances of Gufeng forming a new bloodprint. However, Elder Si Ming only passed on his soul power to Gufeng. He kept his memories of magic and did not pass on any other form of magic to Gufeng. The reason why Elder Si Ming did this, other than being selfish, was because he considered that Gufeng was not a member of the Dharma Temple. Although Gufeng was temporarily sealed in the blood world because of the Dutian bloodprint, it was hard to guarantee that he would not reappear one day. He was also a member of the magic elite camp on the continent. Therefore, Elder Si Ming still kept some of his soul power. In comparison, Jirumo's soul power inheritance to Yunsheng was much more selfless. In this world, the most selfless feelings, other than the love between parents and children, were one-sided love. Jirumo had been in love with Yunsheng for many years. His feelings for Yunsheng were more like a form of dedication. As for whether soul power could eventually form a Dharma soul, there was still no conclusion on the continent. Jirumo also knew that it was risky to leave the power of light in Yunsheng's Dharma soul. Because light's soul power was incomparably pure, correspondingly, it required the other party's soul to be equally pure. Jirumo was taking a risk, but at the last moment, he had no other choice. In the soul power inheritance that he gave to Yunsheng, he even left his memories of magic and the purest light Dharma soul power to Yunsheng. This was like leaving a light Dharma soul seed in Yunsheng's body. If Yunsheng could slowly assimilate this trace of light Dharma soul, she could very well become the first person in the boundless continent to possess a six-elemental Dharma soul. However, this was only Jirumo's bold assumption. The cultivation of light magic was one of the most difficult in the entire magic system. Whether or not Yunsheng could truly fuse Jirumo's soul power into her own soul power still required a period of time. As for whether or not she could become a top-notch mage like Jirumo, that was still unknown. No matter what, since Yunsheng had obtained Jirumo's soul power inheritance, she planned to go into closed-door cultivation once the matters at hand were settled. She wanted to integrate with Jirumo's soul power as soon as possible. This wisp of seemingly unremarkable light, soul power, obediently stayed in Yunsheng's magic soul. Compared to the other fire, water, earth, wind, and darkness magic souls, this wisp of light soul power was so weak that it seemed like it would be devoured at any time. Yunsheng collected her thoughts. The main purpose of her trip was still the Netherworld Ghost Key. Yunsheng did not forget the legend of the Netherworld Ghost Key. As long as one obtained the Netherworld Ghost Key, they would be able to summon the Netherworld Ghost King. Even though Yunsheng was protected by the karmic fire of the fairies, the Netherworld Ghost Key felt cold in her hand. Just by touching it with her hand, she felt a stinging chill, as if there was something bad in the key that could seep into her body at any time. It was also thanks to Jirumo's reminder in the letter. Otherwise, Yunsheng would have used the Netherworld Ghost Key directly. Although she did not know if the Netherworld Ghost Key was like the legend, where the user would fall into the path of darkness and become a dark mage, Yunsheng still decided not to take the risk. Bobo, take a look. Can you use the Netherworld Ghost Key to enter the Netherworld? Yunsheng cautiously summoned Bobo Sheep and handed the Netherworld Ghost Key to Bobo Sheep. When Bobo Sheep saw the Netherworld Ghost Key, it curled its lips and looked uninterested. Bobo, dearest master, this Netherworld Ghost Key is the only way to enter the Netherworld. Don't tell me you want to go to the Netherworld. That kind of godforsaken place. Bobo does not want to go. Bobo Sheep spoke as if it was facing a great enemy. Yunsheng had known Bobo Sheep for so long, but this was the first time she was so against going to a place. If it was in the past, Bobo Sheep would definitely say, with this world god here, everything will be fine. It seemed that this so-called Netherworld must be a very dangerous place. If you don't want to go, then pluck all your wool. Yunsheng's face was serious. Bobo, heads can be broken and blood can flow, but will cannot be plucked. If you want to go, then go. But dearest master, why must you go to the netherworld? That place is very scary. It is full of bad people. Compared to the people in the netherworld, the Bakro orcs are simply good people. Bobo's sheep was poked in its sore spot by Yunsheng, so it could only droop its wings and helplessly compromise. Is the netherworld really that scary? Even you can't pass through it directly? Yunsheng's knowledge of the netherworld was very limited. The only person she had come into contact with from the netherworld was the netherworld Ghost King. In her impression, the netherworld Ghost King was handsome, evil, mysterious, and had a strange temperament. She didn't know what kind of situation the netherworld was in with such a person. Bobo, the netherworld's environment is very bad. The people living there are ghosts who have died unjustly. There are also some humans and magical beasts who have been exiled for committing all kinds of evil. Bobo's sheep had actually never been to the netherworld. It told Yunsheng that between world gods, it was just like between beast kings and beast kings, or between countries on the boundless continent. They all had a strong sense of territory. Generally speaking, world gods of the mortal world would not go to the netherworld. If a world god of a world rashly entered another world, it would be like invading another country's territory. If it was light, it would lead to a fight. If it was heavy, it would lead to a world war. Oh, so Bobo, you are not willing to go to the netherworld because you are afraid of the world gods of the netherworld. Or is it that the world gods of the netherworld are so powerful that even you can't deal with them? Yunsheng knew Bobo's temper. To deal with Bobo, provocation was the only way. Bobo, who would be afraid of that super perverted, ugly, and shameless world god of the netherworld? Bobo, I can crush him to death with a single hair. When Bobo's sheep mentioned the world gods of the netherworld, the hair on its body stood up as if it had been electrocuted. Its eyes, which were as big as black beans, squeaked, and almost shot out angry sparks. Even though Bobo's sheep had a confident look, Yunsheng knew from its eyes that this fellow was lying. Shouldn't the world gods of the netherworld be your senior? Yunsheng decided not to expose Bobo's lie. It was better to get some information about the world gods of the netherworld from Bobo's sheep's mouth first. After all, if they really went to the netherworld, it would be someone else's territory. It was better to be careful, but Yunsheng was also very puzzled. In her opinion, since they were both world gods, then Bobo's sheep and the world gods of the netherworld should also be companions. Or at least, the relationship between them should be senior and junior. Why was it that when Bobo's sheep heard about the world gods of the netherworld, it had a disgusted look as if the other party had dug up its ancestral grave? Chapter 1096. Who would have known that it would have been better if Yunsheng hadn't mentioned it, but the moment Yunsheng mentioned the word senior, Bobo's sheep didn't hold back at all. He activated his verbal cannon mode and started cursing. Bobo, how is he this world god senior? He is not even qualified to carry this world god's shoes. Besides, this world god is his senior sister. He entered the world god later than this world god. He is the youngest one, that bad guy. He is obviously a junior, but he always has an iceberg face. The most shameless thing is that he became a world god before this world god. What talent, what young and promising, that venomous, rude, and arrogant smelly fart god. If this world god sees him, I will beat him up every time I see him. After beating his chest, I will beat his back. Bobo's sheep was so angry that his wings trembled. It was only then that Yunsheng understood. It turned out that baby sheep was upset that the other party had become a world deity before him. Hearing Bobo's sheep's words, Yunsheng was even more curious about Bobo's sheep's junior brother. After Bobo's sheep finished complaining, he calmed down a little and rolled his eyes. Dearest master, it seems that you have to go to the underworld. However, if you really want to go to the underworld, you should first increase your strength a little. At least reach the level of magic god, or integrate with the light magic of that mirror. It will not be too late to go then. Light magic has a certain degree of destructive power to the people or magic beasts of the underworld. He blinked his eyes. Bobo Sheep actually had another unspoken sentence in his heart. If he really wanted to go to the underworld, he should at least increase his strength a little. Otherwise, if he accidentally met that smelly underworld god, he would definitely be ridiculed to death. Besides, Bobo Sheep thought that if his master really wanted to become a magic god, it would still take a long time. During this time, he must coax and pester the Qilin boy to find more king-level magic beast soul stones to increase his cultivation. Yunsheng did not have any objections to Bobo Sheep's suggestion. I will listen to you. When will we set off for the underworld? We will go to Taiyuan Mountain first to see Mother, and then make a long-term plan. Yunsheng also had some hesitation in her heart. Based on her understanding of baby sheep, although this fellow was usually useless, he was quite reliable. If it said that the underworld was dangerous, then the journey to the underworld would not be easy. Yunsheng decided to check on her mother, Hu Jiuxing, first. Yunsheng left Penglai with baby sheep and Yi Baiming and returned to Mount Taiyuan. During the period when Yunsheng went to Penglai, Yun Songhai and Hu Jiuxing had been living in seclusion in Mount Taiyuan. Under Yun Ba's management, Taiyuan Mountain had changed from a barren mountain to a lush green. The news of the Emperor Zhao in Red's death and the formation of the new Dutian blood seal had already reached Taiyuan Mountain through Yun Songhai. When Yun Songhai saw that his daughter, Yun Sheng, had returned safely, a long-lost smile appeared on his face. "Father, how is Mother these days?" Yun Sheng only looked at Yun Songhai and then looked at his appearance. Seeing that her father looked a lot thinner these days, she faintly felt that something was wrong. "Sheng, it's good that you're back. Your mother's situation is not good. I didn't let anyone inform you earlier." Yun Songhai sighed. A while ago, Yun Sheng was in the Dutian blood world. After Yun Songhai learned about the crisis of the Dutian blood seal, he knew that his daughter could not be distracted. So, he had not told Yun Sheng about Hu Jiuxing's recent situation. Now that the crisis of the Dutian blood seal had been resolved, he told Yun Sheng about Hu Jiuxing's changes in the past few days. When they were in Penglai, when the family of three was separated, Hu Jiuxing was still relatively quiet under the control of the corpse puppet technique. Before Yun Sheng left, she gave a few heart crystals to her father, Yun Songhai. Yun Songhai used the heart crystals to control Hu Jiuxing normally in the first few days. Most of the time, Hu Jiuxing was like a well-behaved child. Under the control of the heart crystals, she liked to pester Yun Songhai. The couple also returned to the harmonious scene when they were in love in the past. Yun Songhai even thought that as long as Hu Jiuxing's situation did not worsen, even if she did not remember him, he was willing to accompany her until they were old. However, the good times did not last long. Hu Jiuxing suddenly fell into a coma overnight. Her coma this time came fiercely without any warning. No matter how Yun Songhai called her, she could not hear him and did not wake up again. Yun Songhai only found out later that when Hu Jiuxing fell into a coma, the Emperor Zhao in red was killed. Yun Songhai used all kinds of methods, and even invited a few national experts over, but not a single one of them was able to find a real reason why Hu Jiuxing was unconscious. Yun Songhai had no choice but to wait on Hu Jiuxing's bed all day long, without wearing any clothes. He waited for his daughter, Yun Sheng, to come. When Yun Sheng heard this, she hurriedly went forward to check on Hu Jiuxing's situation. On the sickbed, her mother, Hu Jiuxing, was lying quietly. She had neither external nor internal injuries. Her eyes were tightly shut, and she was on the verge of death. Her complexion was waxy yellow, and she looked much thinner than when she met Yun Sheng in Penglai. Beside Hu Jiuxing's sickbed stood the National Master of Medicine and others who were invited. "Yun Sheng, I'm very sorry. I can't do anything about your mother's condition. You still have to do it yourself." She looked at Yun Sheng apologetically. Yun Songhai had already placed all his hopes on Yun Sheng. In the current boundless continent, if even Yun Sheng could not find out Hu Jiuxing's condition, no one would be able to save her. After Yun Sheng checked, she muttered to herself, "Sheng, can you tell what's wrong with your mother? Just tell me." I can bear it. Yun Songhai's eyes were full of anxiety. His eyes were glued to Hu Jiuxing's face. If he could, he really wanted to bear this pain for his wife. When Yunsheng saw his expression, she could not help but feel a little sad. From the moment Yunsheng was born, she had already regarded Yun Songhai as her father, and Hu Jiuxing as her mother. Only Yunsheng knew how deep Yun Songhai's love for Hu Jiuxing was in this half of his life. The couple's relationship had been bumpy. Over the years, they had been separated several times and had never been able to live a good life together. She had thought that the couple would be able to reunite after the Emperor Zhao in red died. She did not expect that Hu Jiuxing would become like this again. Yunsheng had already made up her mind. No matter what, she had to save her mother and let her father and mother be together. After Yunsheng checked, the general result was the same as that of Yao Daiguoshu and the others. Hu Jiuxing did not have any illness. It seemed that using ordinary medical methods would not be able to directly identify the cause of Hu Jiuxing's coma. Yunsheng did not give up. Her eyes changed and turned golden. She placed her hand on Hu Jiuxing's hand. Between her fingers, a dark needle force was forced into Hu Jiuxing's body. The dark needle quickly moved around in Hu Jiuxing's body. Chapter 1097. When Yunsheng was making her diagnosis, Yun Songhai did not even dare to blink his eyes. He knew that if even his daughter could not figure out the cause of Hu Jiuxing's coma, no one on this continent would be able to save his wife. How could Yunsheng not know that? She could only hope that she could use the Shen Nong's eye and the power of the dark needle to check on Hu Jiuxing's condition. The medical system of the boundless world was different from modern medicine. Yunsheng and Medicine Master Guoshuo only checked on the pulse and symptoms. With the Shen Nong's eye and the power of the dark needle, Yunsheng had another method compared to the doctors of the boundless world. The dark needle started moving around Hu Jiuxing's body. Yunsheng could see the condition of Hu Jiuxing's body slowly. There were no abnormalities in her blood vessels, organs, nerves, and brain. Just as Yunsheng was about to withdraw the power of the dark needle suddenly entered a special domain. It was a magical wave. This magical wave came from Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul. Yunsheng was secretly shocked. She suddenly realized that the power of her dark needle could actually directly come into contact with the Dharma soul of a magician. This unintentional discovery made Yunsheng very surprised. Before this, she never knew that the power of her dark needle could be used to check the condition of a Dharma soul. Yunsheng thought for a while. The only explanation was that the soul power of Ji Rumo's light Dharma soul had entered her body and caused her soul-healing needle to mutate. Unexpectedly, Yunsheng's dark needle had the special ability to search for Dharma souls. Ji Rumo himself was an outstanding light magician. His light Dharma healing was second to none in the entire continent. After realizing that she might have come into contact with her mother, Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul, Yunsheng became cautious. Yunsheng collected her thoughts and focused on directing the power of the dark needle to slowly enter Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul. Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul emitted a ray of light. Unlike Yunsheng's multi-elemental Dharma soul, Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul only had two colors. One was gray, and the other was black. These two colors represented the space-time attribute and the darkness attribute of magic respectively. So, Mother is also a dual-elemental magician. No wonder she was able to use such a powerful space-time restriction spell. Looking at the size of his mother's law soul, her strength should be somewhere between a saint-level law emperor and law god. I wonder what realm Mother has reached as a summoner, Yunsheng thought to herself. But then, she suddenly realized that Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul was a little strange. Generally speaking, a magician's Dharma soul was in a very stable state when they were not using magic. As the magician's Dharma soul increased, the Dharma soul would gradually weaken. But Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul was like an oil lamp in the wind, very unstable. Moreover, the magic power emitted from her Dharma soul was constantly weakening. Why would a Dharma soul weaken and shrink for no reason? Yunsheng once again forced a portion of the power of the dark needle into Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul. Once the dark needle entered the Dharma soul, Yunsheng suddenly felt a strong suction force rushing towards her, as if it was going to swallow her dark needle in an instant. That was her mother's magic power. The Dharma soul was the core of a magician's energy. It was even more important than a human's heart. Although Hu Jiuxing was currently unconscious, she could sense that an external force was invading her. Her Dharma soul subconsciously tried to push out the power of Yunsheng's dark needle. In terms of cultivation, Yunsheng's current cultivation was still a distance away from Hu Jiuxing's. Hu Jiuxing was already a peak near Saint Dharma Emperor, only a fine line away from the Dharma soul. As for Yunsheng, after absorbing Ji Rumo's Dharma soul, she was only a mid-level Saint Dharma overlord. In a head-on clash, her Dharma soul was still no match for Hu Jiuxing. But at this point, Yunsheng was unwilling to back down so easily. She was very clear that something must have happened in Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul for it to keep shrinking. In this situation, she could only stalemate and not clash head-on. Otherwise, it was very likely that she would harm Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul and worsen her condition. Yunsheng hesitated, thinking of a method to make Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul give up resisting. Just as Yunsheng was hesitating, the soul power that Ji Rumo had left in her Dharma soul flickered. The gentle light magic power caused Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul to fluctuate, and the resistance from before slowly disappeared. Yunsheng's dark needle took this opportunity to enter Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul. Yunsheng searched and quickly found a trace of a restriction in Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul. There was still a portion of the Emperor Zhao in Red Ji Rumo's Dharma soul remaining on the restriction. It was very obvious that before Ji Rumo died, he had left a restriction in Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul. This restriction, combined with the heart crystal, had been controlling Hu Jiuxing all along. But now that the Emperor Zhao in red had died, the restriction had lost its effect. That's right. This was the reason why her mother was unconscious. Yunsheng suddenly opened her eyes, and she quickly retracted the power of the dark needle. The surroundings were dead silent. Yunsheng then realized that the sky outside had completely darkened. She had actually spent an entire afternoon checking. Using the dark needle and Shun Nong pupil to check at the same time consumed a lot of energy. Yunsheng concentrated and meditated for a moment before she recovered some energy. Beside her, only Yun Songhai was still guarding. The others had already been persuaded by Yun Songhai to leave. Sheng how is it? Are there any results? Just now, Yun Songhai was watching from the side. When he saw that his daughter's complexion had gradually returned to normal, he knew that his daughter must have found out about Hu Jiuxing's illness. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Father, don't worry. I roughly know why Mother has become like this. The reason why Mother is unconscious is because her Dharma soul is constantly shrinking. Yunsheng was certain that the reason why Hu Jiuxing was unconscious was related to her Dharma soul. Shrinking Dharma soul? What illness is Sheng suffering from? Why have we never heard of such an illness on the mainland? Yun Songhai was puzzled. Not only Yun Songhai, but even Yun Sheng herself. If she had not seen Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul with her own eyes, she would not have believed that a Dharma soul could actually shrink. To a sorcerer, shrinking Dharma soul was a very serious matter. If it was light, it could cause a sorcerer to lose all of their cultivation. If it was serious, it could cause death. The reason for shrinking Dharma soul should be because Hu Jiuxing had been missing a strand of her Dharma soul for many years. Or perhaps the Emperor Zhao in red had placed some restrictions on Hu Jiuxing's body. With the Emperor Zhao in red's death, that restriction was very likely to lose its effect. As a result, Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul was affected. That damned the Emperor Zhao in red. Even after he died, he still implicated Mother. Yunsheng gritted her teeth. Since you have found the cause, is there a way to stop the Dharma soul from shrinking? Yun Songhai seemed to have seen the light again. He looked at Yunsheng with a hopeful expression. Chapter 1098. Yunsheng smiled bitterly. This was the first time she had encountered something like a Dharma soul shrinking. She also did not know how to stop Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul from shrinking. However, the only thing she could guarantee was that she could temporarily stabilize Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul and stop it from shrinking. When she withdrew the power of the Dark Needle, Yunsheng also left a portion of the Jade Marrow Technique's power in Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul. The Jade Marrow Technique was a cultivation technique passed down in the Yin family. It had the effect of prolonging one's lifespan and calming effect. It could temporarily stabilize Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul, but Yunsheng could not guarantee how long that portion of the Jade Marrow Technique's power could last. Father, I have already used a special method to alleviate the shrinking of Mother's Dharma soul. However, that only treats the symptoms and not the root cause. If you want Mother to wake up, you still have to find a way to cure it. Yunsheng told Yun Songhai the contents of the letter that Ji Rumo had left for her before he died. Yun Songhai only knew now that Hu Jiuxing had lost her memories because she had lost a wisp of her soul. Sheng thinks that if Mother's soul is complete with her cultivation, she should be able to restore her Dharma soul to normal. Yunsheng also told Yun Songhai at the same time. She had originally planned to use the heart crystal to control her mother's illness. She had planned to at least wait until she had fused with Ji Rumo's light soul power before heading to the underworld. However, looking at the current situation, Hu Jiuxing's situation was not optimistic. If Yunsheng did not find the heart lamp as soon as possible and find that wisp of Hu Jiuxing's soul, even if Hu Jiuxing was saved in the future, her cultivation would be greatly reduced. Ji Rumo was already dead, and the only way to save Hu Jiuxing was to find the Netherworld Ghost King and the Heart Distress Lantern that extracted a strand of Hu Jiuxing's soul. Yunsheng suspected that the strand of Hu Jiuxing's soul was most likely locked in the Heart Distress Lantern. No matter what, she had to get that strand of soul back. Even though Yunsheng knew that the current her did not have the strength to directly negotiate with the Phantasm Ghost King, she still wanted to try. Sheng, you said it yourself. Ji Rumo warned you that the Netherworld is very dangerous. The Netherworld Ghost King is not someone you can deal with. You stay here and take care of your mother. Yun Songhai was unwilling to see his daughter risk her life to go to the underworld. Yun Songhai did not want to use his daughter's life to exchange for his wife's. He would rather go to the underworld himself. Father, do you still remember Bobo? It's that pink demonic beast that has always been by my side. Its origin is actually not simple. It is a future world deity of the human realm. It can be considered an old acquaintance of the world deity of the underworld. It should be able to help me find the Netherworld Ghost King. In order to reassure Yun Songhai, Yunsheng chose to tell him part of the truth. However, she did not tell Yun Songhai that Bo was only a half-baked world deity. She also would not tell her father that Bo and the world deity of the underworld did not see eye to eye. Yun Songhai was still somewhat hesitant. Father, don't forget that Sheng still has Jin and I. To be honest, Jin and I, he is Yi Baiming. Yunsheng thought for a moment and decided to tell Yun Songhai about Jin Ni's true identity. After learning that Jin and I was Yi Baiming, Yun Songhai was immediately shocked. He immediately had Yunsheng find Jin and I. This was the first time that Yi Baiming had met Yun Songhai after leaving Banana Leaf Village. Yun Songhai looked at Jin and I and frowned like fried dough twists. Yun Songhai had never been optimistic about Yunsheng's marriage. He had previously helped Yunsheng choose Xiao Wenshu from the temple. He had only recently found out that Xiao Wenshu was Peng Lai of Gojoseon, Ji Rumo. Ji Rumo's true identity was the Destiny Mirror. However, even though he did not like Yi Baiming was the husband that Yunsheng had chosen herself. The two of them had already bowed to the heavens and earth, so they could be considered a true husband and wife. Yun Songhai had no choice but to accept this fact. I'll leave Sheng to you. If you let her suffer even the slightest grievance, I, Yun Songhai, will be the first to not forgive you. Yun Songhai stared at the gold coin for a long time. In the end, he finally snorted from his nose and unhappily said a sentence. This sentence could be considered as a confirmation of Yi Baiming's name. The golden Qilin, Yi Baiming, also heaved a sigh of relief. Although Yun Songhai did not like Yi Baiming's current appearance, Yun Songhai had to admit his strength. With Yi Baiming and Yun Sheng going to the underworld together, and with the other magical beasts, Yun Sheng would definitely be safe and sound. Seeing that Yun Songhai had finally stopped objecting to her going to the underworld, Yun Sheng also heaved a sigh of relief. "Father, I have some water of life here. Remember to feed Mother some every 7 days. If I'm not wrong, Mother's condition will not worsen within a year." Yun Sheng took out a few bottles of water of life and handed them to Yun Songhai. After all, Yun Sheng did not even know when she would be able to return from her trip to the underworld this time. Yun Songhai was shocked to see that his daughter actually had a few bottles of water of life so casually. The water of life was one of the most miraculous water sources on the continent. It had a miraculous effect on detoxification and also had certain benefits in repairing a person's Dharma soul. However, it could not repair a person's soul. As long as there was water of life, it could ensure that Hu Jiuxing's condition would not worsen during Yun Sheng's absence. In order to prevent any accidents, Yun Sheng also left the Elven Queen behind. "Sheng, you should take this water of life with you. The journey to the underworld is extremely dangerous." Yun Songhai was still a little worried. "Father, don't forget that I have the immortal Holy Grail with me. The water of life is inexhaustible." Yun Sheng smiled. Only then did Yun Songhai remember that his daughter had one of the 8 divine artifacts, the demon summoning hand and the immortal Holy Grail. How many more secrets was his precious daughter hiding in her body? Yun Songhai could not help but feel a little ashamed. As a father, he seemed to be too much of a failure. Yun Sheng saw her father's expression and secretly laughed. She had not told her father that she had another magical bracelet in her hands. However, it was better not to tell her father about this for now. Seeing that Yun Sheng had everything prepared, Yun Songhai was powerless to stop her. He could only remind Yun Sheng that regardless of whether she could find the Netherworld Ghost King and the Heart Sorrow Lamp, she had to return to the Boundless Land within a year. After knowing that Yun Sheng had changed her mind and wanted to go to the underworld in advance, Baby Sheep's face was full of worry. He had not had the time to ask the Qilin boy to find the Beast King's soul stone for him. "Baby Sheep, dearest master, then we have to prepare to set off." Baby Sheep's face was full of headache. Before using the Netherworld Ghost Key, Baby Sheep silently muttered in his heart, "Mother Goddess above, please protect Baby Sheep. Please don't let Baby Sheep meet that annoying fellow in the underworld." Chapter 1099. Poppy, everything is ready. You can take us to the underworld now. The underworld was different from the human world. The presence of humans and beasts could easily attract attacks from the underworld creatures. So, to avoid any accidents on the way, Yun Sheng put all the beasts into the beast speech ring. She only traveled with Dollar. Earlier, Poppy Sheep had reminded Yun Sheng that there were no special magic arrays or empty ships between the human world and the underworld. The underworld's transportation, or rather, the underworld's emissary, was a beast called the Four-Square Hell Dragon. Poppy Sheep used the Netherworld Ghost Key to summon the Four-Square Hell Dragon. Poppy Sheep put the Netherworld Ghost Key in front of him and started to chant. The Netherworld Ghost Key, which had been motionless, slowly floated in the air. A black aura emerged from the simple key's body. The black aura slowly came to life amidst the chanting. It could be seen tumbling in the air. Amidst the black chi, white bones appeared one after another. The bones seemed to have a life of their own. One by one, they came together like a jigsaw puzzle. Very quickly, Yun Sheng and Dollar saw a 10-meter-long bone dragon appear in front of them. The dragon had no skin or flesh. It emitted a black power. It had a pair of dragon bone wings. It looked very strong. Who dares to summon the Netherworld Ghost Bone Dragon? The dragon's voice rumbled. Poppy Sheep flapped his wings. His fluffy ball-like body flew in front of the bone dragon. "Poppy, for Square Hell Dragon, are you blind? Can't you recognize me?" Poppy Sheep's small body was 100 times bigger than the underworld's Netherworld Ghost Bone Dragon. It looked like the difference between a flea and an elephant. Poppy Sheep used such an arrogant tone to talk to the bone dragon. He even called the 30-meter-long netherworld ghost bone dragon a little dragon. When he landed in front of Yunsheng and Dollar, it was very funny. The netherworld ghost bone dragon's eye sockets, which no longer had eyeballs, shot out 2 green lights. It looked at Poppy carefully. The 4-sided hell flood dragon shuddered when it saw the popping sheep. Its bones creaked. The 4-sided abyss flood dragon was the demonic beast in charge of traveling between the underworld and the underworld. Its strength was equivalent to that of a peak beast king, and it was very powerful. But when it saw Pops, it couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. In this world, the only person who dared to call the 4-sided abyss flood dragon, little flood dragon, was this lord before him. Wasn't this little fiend of the mortal realm rumored to have gone missing a long time ago? Why would he suddenly appear here? Lord Bobo, please forgive this little flood dragon for not recognizing you immediately. Please forgive this little flood dragon. My lord, may I know why you have summoned little flood dragon today? The 4-sided abyss flood dragon bowed to Bobo. Bobo and the underworld world deity were on the same level. The underworld Jiao Jiao was directly under the underworld world deity. When he saw Bobo, he still had to greet him as a subject. Nonsense, of course I'm looking for you to go to the underworld. If not for my dear master wanting to go to the underworld, this world deity would not have bothered to summon an ugly fellow like you, Bobo said unhappily. Master? The 4-sided abyss flood dragon was shocked. He shook his head and looked at Yunsheng and Dollar, who were behind Bobo's sheep. Human race? No, this wasn't an ordinary human. The human had the aura of a demon beast. Why would Lord Popo get involved with a human for no reason? Furthermore, Lord Popo even addressed that human as master. This wasn't good. How could a great world deity recognize a human as his master? Lord Bobo was a god. Could it be that Lord Bobo was deceived by the human? He was still young, so he must have been deceived. He wondered if the Lord in the underworld knew about this. The 4-sided abyss flood dragon hesitated. Bobo, little flood dragon, don't think that this world deity doesn't know what you are thinking. Today, this world deity is looking for you. Don't tell Ming-Ri about this. Also, don't look at my master with a weird gaze. My master is the most important person to Bobo. Bobo's sheep wasn't stupid. He could tell that the 4-sided abyss flood dragon was suspicious. He stared at the 4-sided abyss flood dragon and roared. If you dare to tell on me, do you believe that this world deity won't break your bones one by one? Heavy, Bobo said and waved his wings. In the early years, when Bobo was still an egg, he had taken down the 4-sided abyss flood dragon's bones many times. He even put the bones back into the 4-sided abyss flood dragon's body with interest. The 4-sided abyss flood dragon smiled bitterly. He didn't forget that this lord was famous among the world deities for pestering people endlessly. Moreover, he was born with strange power and a tricky temper. Even the world deity of the underworld was troubled by him. Seeing that Bobo was so protective of the human, the 4-sided abyss flood dragon could only give up on the thought of telling on him. Lord Bobo, it's not that I don't want to listen to your orders. You should know that not everyone can enter the underworld. The two beside you don't meet the conditions to enter the underworld, the 4-sided abyss flood dragon said helplessly. Generally speaking, there were 2 kinds of people who entered the underworld. One was the soul of a dead person. The other was the person who committed a great crime in the mortal world and was wanted by the mortal world. Thus, he was exiled to the underworld. The rest of the people couldn't enter the underworld without permission. Otherwise, once they were discovered by the underworld king guards, they would be punished by lightning and their souls would be destroyed. The man and the beast in front of him obviously didn't meet the 2 conditions. The man and the beast were young and didn't show any signs of dying. Their magic souls were also very clean. They didn't look like evil people who had fallen into the dark demon Tao. If the man and the beast, who were like a piece of white paper, were to enter the underworld, they would definitely die. Although the 4-sided abyss flood dragon wasn't a kind person, he was very law-abiding. I almost forgot about this. The underworld is a concentration camp for evil. Bobo the sheep thought for a while. This time, he and his master had entered the underworld illegally. If they were discovered by the underworld king guards, it wouldn't be good. Then let my dear master and the Qilin boy disguise themselves as felons. Isn't it just branding a felon's magic mark on their bodies? Dear master, Qilin boy, do you have any objections? Bobo's brain turned, and he made the final decision. Yunsheng and Dollar immediately became felons. It's okay. As long as we can go to the underworld, we are willing. Yunsheng shrugged her shoulders. For the sake of her mother's soul, she wasn't afraid even if she really died, let alone disguising herself as felons. Lord Bobo, this matter can't be done recklessly. Let me check it out first. The four-sided abyss flood dragon's bony face froze for a moment. The four-sided abyss flood dragon had been a flood dragon for so many years. He had seen people who cried bitterly when they were caught and refused to admit their crimes. However, he had never heard of anyone who was willing to be exiled to the underworld. After the four-sided abyss flood dragon finished speaking, two round crystal balls appeared between his left and right bony claws. Chapter 1100. Seeing the two crystal balls under the four-sided nether dragon's claw, Yunsheng felt a little strange. Does this mean that I have to test my magic in the underworld? No wonder Yunsheng misunderstood. The two crystal balls that suddenly appeared under the nether dragon's claw looked very familiar. At first glance, they looked similar to the crystal balls that magic apprentices received in the temple on the Boundless Land. However, the two crystal balls were a little different in color. The crystal ball on the left claw of the nether dragon looked like it was made of obsidian. It was as black as the night. The crystal ball on the right claw was the exact opposite. It was as transparent as jade. These two crystal balls, one black and one white, are sacred items of the underworld. They are called the Ball of Good and the Ball of Evil. These two balls can test the good and evil of all creatures in their lives. If the Ball of Good lights up, it means that they have done countless good deeds in their lives. Even if they are dead, they can avoid going to the underworld. They only need to wait for reincarnation in the human world. This is the Ball of Evil. If the Ball of Evil lights up, it means that the person who did evil will be exiled to the underworld and will not be reincarnated. The four-sided nether dragon threw the two crystal balls into the air. The two crystal balls seemed to have eyes. They first flew toward Dollar, who was closer to him. The two crystal balls floated next to Dollar for a moment. In the end, the Ball of Evil slowly descended and hovered above Dollar's head. Suddenly, a black light shone brightly, like a black sun. This beast has killed more than 1,000 people in its life. It is the reincarnation of a demon. Such a person will be a disaster if he stays in the human world. It should be exiled to the underworld. The four-sided nether dragon could not help but look at the Ball of Evil. He did not expect that this golden demonic beast, which looked like a sacred beast, would be stained with blood. It was an unforgivable demonic beast. When Yi Baiming was a human, he had indeed killed many people. Just when he killed Blood Killer, he had killed hundreds of people alone. Yunsheng did not know about these things. She did not expect that she would be exposed in front of the Ball of Evil today. After that, the four-sided hell flood dragon spat out a black flame from his mouth, which was full of white teeth. It was cold to the bone. It landed on Dollar's back like an ant. On Dollar's back, there was a mark of a crime. On the mark, there was the word 1,000. It meant Dollar was responsible for 1,000 lives. It's your turn, the four-sided abyss flood dragon said. The two orbs of good and evil fell in front of Yunsheng. The sphere of good and the sphere of evil floated in the air for a moment. Suddenly, the sphere of good emitted a dazzling five-colored light. The light was so bright that everyone couldn't help but close their eyes. The fact that the Ball of Goodness could emit such a strong light at once proved that this human female mage had saved countless people in her life, which was the opposite of the demonic beast just now. Lord Pops, your master has probably saved no less than 1,000 people in her lifetime. She's not even 20 years old. If she stays in the mortal world and saves 10,000 lives in 100 years, she'll be able to achieve a God Buddha body. It's not suitable for her to enter the underworld. The four-sided hell flood dragon couldn't help but look at the orb of good. As a messenger of the underworld, he had lived for more than 10,000 years. He had seen countless good and evil people. However, it was rare for someone like Yun Sheng to have saved so many lives at such a young age. The four-sided hell flood dragon didn't know that although Yun Sheng had only lived for less than 20 years in this life, she was also a doctor in her previous life. As a human in both lives, she had indeed saved countless people under Yun Sheng's surgical knife. Of course, my dear master is a healer. She's also the continent's youngest national healer. She saved many people in her life. Even Bobo was saved by my master. Bobo Sheep had a smug look on his face. It was pretty good to have a cool master. No wonder. Since that's the case, she shouldn't go to the underworld. If this lady goes to the underworld, she'll probably be contaminated by the evil aura. It'll be bad for her future cultivation. The four-sided hell flood dragon sighed. There was a path to becoming a god in the human world. He could already see that this female sorcerer would definitely be able to step on the path to becoming a god in the future. Yi Baiming, the golden Qilin, watched from the side. His golden eyes dimmed a little. He had killed countless people, but Yun Sheng had saved countless people. Was it really just the curse of the Qilin clan and the celestial fox people that separated the two of them? If Yun Sheng went to the underworld, it would be bad for her cultivation. Then wouldn't he be a burden to her in the future when they were together? Yi Baiming's heart wavered for the first time. However, just as Yi Baiming was thinking, her right hand gently landed on his body. Jean Coin raised his head and saw Yun Sheng staring at him. Her eyes were like stars, as if they were filled with stars. Four-sided hell flood dragon, you are wrong. Although I have saved countless people, I have also killed people. Moreover, I married him. As the saying goes, if you marry a chicken, follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, follow the dog. If you marry a bad person, I will be an evil woman. Yun Sheng smiled and winked at Jean Coin. When the golden Qilin, Yi Baiming, heard this, the dimness in his eyes instantly disappeared. He knew in his heart that Yun Sheng's words were meant for him. If you marry a chicken, follow the chicken, follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, follow the dog, follow the dog. He, Yi Baiming, married Yun Sheng. In this life, he would not let her down. Yun Sheng also felt Yi Baiming's feelings. She smiled and suddenly opened her 5 fingers. She reached out and grabbed. The orb of evil that was floating in the air fell into her palm. The originally dim ball of evil also lit up. However, that light was as dim as a firefly compared to the bright light of the ball of kindness. The four-sided hell flood dragon was slightly stunned. The ball of kindness and the ball of evil actually lit up together. He had never encountered such a situation before. Little flood dragon, why are you still in a daze? My master wants to go to the underworld. If you don't let her go, she will kill you. Then you will become a felon, right? Popping Sheep said angrily at the side. This, sigh. My lord, don't regret your decision today. The four-sided hell flood dragon spat out another black flame. The flame landed on the back of Yun Sheng's hand, and there was another heavy punishment mark on it. However, there was the word 10 written on the mark, which symbolized that Yun Sheng had killed 10 people. Yun Sheng was secretly amazed. In her previous life, she had secretly taken care of the mafia and unscrupulous businessmen. In addition to the few people she had killed in this life, there were indeed about 10 people. The four-sided hell flood dragon could actually sense it. It seemed that the underworld was indeed something. Okay. You have the heavy punishment mark. Four-sided hell flood dragon. Hurry up and go to the underworld. Popping Sheep landed on Yun Sheng's shoulder. The four-sided hell flood dragon shook his head. He did not understand what these humans were thinking. They were just going to the underworld, and they were fighting to be the first. Please, the two of you, stand on my back. Since the two of you were brought here by Lord Popping, I have to remind you again. The underworld today is not the underworld of the past. Be careful. After the four-sided hell flood dragon finished speaking, he lowered his body and let Yun Sheng and Dollar get on his back. Let's do a small survey. What genre does everyone want Big Fuzzy to write in her new book? because there are always people asking about the ending. Chapter 1101. The underworld today was not the underworld of the past. The four-sided abyss flood dragon's words were still ringing in her ears. It seemed that something had happened in the underworld. But before Yun Sheng could ask again, the pair of bone wings on the four-sided abyss flood dragon's back crackled and opened up all of a sudden. The bone wings vibrated, and the four-sided abyss flood dragon was like a huge, empty ship breaking through the sky. It kept flying into the sky at a very fast speed. Yun Sheng had to hug baby sheep and crawl on the four-sided abyss flood dragon's back with Dollar. The four-sided abyss flood dragon was indeed a sector beast. Its flying speed was even faster than the fastest spaceship on the boundless land. It was like a bolt of white lightning, piercing through the clouds and flying tens of thousands of meters in the sky. 10,000 meters in the sky, the four-sided abyss flood dragon let out a cry. In the sky, dark clouds rolled, and a magic array from the underworld appeared. In the magic array, a black spear in the sky pierced into the sky. The sky seemed to be torn apart, and a crack appeared. The four-sided abyss flood dragon went into the crack. "Dear Master, Kid Qilin, this should be your first trip across the border. There are astral winds and evil spirits between the borders. It is very powerful. You must be careful. We will need about a day and a night to reach Wei City." Baby Sheep reminded Yun Sheng and Dollar. After Baby Sheep finished speaking, it went into the beast language ring with a whoosh. Evil winds that seemed to come from hell were in their ears. Yun Sheng and Dollar felt like they were in another world. They kept shuttling in the darkness. After a long time, the four-sided abyss flood dragon's voice sounded in their ears again. "The entrance to the underworld is in front, the Dongwei Gate. There are two gates in the underworld, one in the east and one in the west. The east is the Dongwei Gate, which is open for felons. The west is the Dongwei Gate, which only receives ghosts. The Dongwei Gate opens in the morning and closes in the evening. I can only send you here. I hope nothing bad will happen to you on your trip to the underworld." The four-sided abyss flood dragon folded its wings and sank quickly. Yun Sheng's stomach churned. When she opened her eyes, she saw a door looming between the clouds in front of her. The gate was different from the gate in the mortal world. It towered high into the sky. The gate was not made of stone or metal, but of unknown beast bones. Around the gate, large amounts of purplish-blue hellfire floated, illuminating the entire city gate. On top of the city gate, there was a plaque with the words Dongwei Gate written on it. The iron claws and golden hooks carried a domineering aura. The Dongwei Gate was the first stop that the criminals who were exiled to the underworld had to reach. Once they passed through the Dongwei Gate, they would be considered to have entered the underworld. The four-sided abyss flood dragon was the emissary of the netherworld. It was only responsible for transporting people here. Yun Sheng and Dollar thanked the hell flood dragon. Then, the hell flood dragon roared and disappeared into the sky. Yun Sheng and Dollar stood outside the Dongwei Gate. It was around dawn. There was still some time before the Dongwei Gate opened. Yun Sheng looked at the people in front and behind her. They were all like Yun Sheng and Dollar. They were branded with the magic mark that symbolized criminals. Yun Sheng and Dollar followed the crowd and walked toward the Dongwei Gate. Yun Sheng thought for a moment. She had just come to the underworld and did not know anything. She needed to find out more about the underworld first. "Brother," Yun Sheng walked forward and was about to ask. The man turned around and looked at Yun Sheng. He was so scared that he stepped back a few steps as if he had seen a ghost. Yun Sheng saw this and wanted to ask more. However, when she was about to ask again, the man said, "I don't know anything." Yun Sheng said resentfully. She could only look for another person. Just as she was about to look for someone else, the people around her dispersed in a hubbub. Everyone had an inexplicable look of horror on their faces. What was going on? Yun Sheng could not help but feel depressed. Her first reaction was to touch her face. Her face was still the same. She was considered a beauty on the boundless continent. Why was it that when she came to the underworld, everyone looked like they had seen a ghost? Could it be that the people of the underworld had a problem with their aesthetics? "My dear master," The problem is not with you. They are not afraid of you. They are afraid of the Qilin boy. Popping Sheep lay lazily on Yunsheng's shoulder. After being reminded by Popping Sheep, Yunsheng noticed that the people who avoided her were cowering and looking behind her. Dala was behind her. Popping, it's all that stinky dragon's fault. He didn't make it clear. The Qilin boy is branded with the heavy punishment of the 1,000 executioner. In the underworld, such a felon is qualified to be a tyrant. This is the Dongwei Gate. The people here are all newbies who have just entered the underworld. They met the Qilin boy, so of course they are scared to death. Popping Sheep explained to Yunsheng. In a place like the underworld, whoever had the biggest fist was the boss. Whoever killed the most people was a bully. No one dared to provoke them. Ahem, Night Fox, let's make a deal. Why don't you stay in the beast language ring first? Look, if you stay by my side, I can't even ask a question. Yunsheng looked at Dollar sadly. Dollar rolled his eyes in dissatisfaction. What he meant now was blame him. Helpless, Dollar could only enter the beast language ring first. At this time, the Dongwei Gate opened. Yunsheng brought Popping Sheep and followed a group of newbies who had just entered the underworld. They walked towards the Dongwei Gate. The journey to the underworld was a little long, but it was convenient to enter the Dongwei Gate. Yunsheng only needed to show her felon brand when she entered the Dongwei Gate. When Yunsheng was registering, she also took note of the people who were heading towards the Wei capital. Most of them were of high cultivation. For example, the warrior in front of her was actually a martial sage. There was also a magician behind her. He also emitted a strong wave of dark magician. Judging by his cultivation, he was no weaker than a sky magician. When it was Yunsheng's turn, a skeleton soldier captain came forward. His hollow eyes glanced at Yunsheng's magic brand. After confirming that there was no mistake with the brand, he let Yunsheng in. The moment Yunsheng and Popping Sheep passed through the Dongwei Gate, in the underworld's Mingchuan, in a golden palace, a crystal ball was reflecting the image of Yunsheng and Popping Sheep. A tall man with sexy honey-colored skin was staring at the crystal ball. He saw a pink furry ball-like magic beast squatting on Yunsheng's shoulder. Under his blade-like eyebrows, the man's eyes were black with a tinge of red. His long hair, casually draped over his shoulders, was messy with a tinge of arrogance. After seeing Popping Sheep's appearance, the man's tall nose bridge wrinkled, and he let out a short, cold snort. Achoo, it's so cold. The underworld is such a damn place. You can't even see the sun. Popping Sheep, who was squatting on Yunsheng's shoulder, suddenly had a strange feeling and sneezed loudly. You're tuning into the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.